Hello, hello. How's it going, everyone? Welcome back. Welcome back. Hold on a second here. bum, 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 ba-da-bum, bum, 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 boop, boop, chop, ba-ka-doo-ka-doo, chop. Oh boy! Okay. How's it going, everyone? Good to be back. Jesus, fuck off. Twitch. We have good news. September is over, but gift sub discounts are still here. Just go away, Twitch. Some new rewards thing came up in the chat when I opened up my channel. I don't know what that's about, what the new rewards thing is. Hey, what's up, Mrs. Wex? Welcome back, everyone. Pew, Crow, all the usuals. It's good to see you. Sucking on my balls. Hairy about balls, buckaboo. I got some beers today. I'm gonna harness my inner James and have a couple of drinks to ease the pain, just to make this whole life thing a little bit easier to digest. 1 second, let me open up a bottle of Peroni here. Okay. It's very hard, you know, this whole streaming video games thing for a living. It's you know, it's a lot of pain and it's a lot of suffering. Sometimes you just need to have a drink to make it all go down a bit easier. Hold on a second. Okay, let's continue, shall we? Looking forward to this. Work has been rough. Yeah, you're having a rough few days, Mrs. Wex. Well, hopefully you can take it easy for a little while. Am I shooting for a certain ending this time? I guess, kind of. We might try and see a couple of the different endings. It seems like we'll be able to see the dog ending on this second playthrough, which is a bit different to the original game. In the original game, you need to unlock all of the 3 major endings before you gain the ability to unlock the dog ending. But it seems like in the remake we can get it on our second playthrough. But they also do it a bit differently, where it seems like we have to find a couple of pieces. It's like we have to find 2 pieces of the dog key and combine them. It's kind of the impression I'm getting. You have to put in a little bit more work for the dog ending, which is cool. It was a nice surprise at the start of the game the other day when I stumbled into the pet shop and found all this stuff that's all very new. So yeah, I like the way they've kind of fleshed out the dog ending stuff, even though it's still probably going to be fairly minor. Just like we have to go to 2 areas instead of 1 like the original. But yeah, we found a rebirth ending item as well, so I'm hoping to see the rebirth ending this time, and then we'll maybe reload a save and see if we can do the dog ending. And then maybe see if we can do another ending on top of that as well. We might be able to get 3 endings in this one playthrough. Dog, rebirth, and hopefully like in water or something as well. That'd be cool. So yeah, maybe we'll get to see 3 endings in this playthrough. If I play my cards right and I make some, you know, manual saves, and sometimes I forget. In the original game, I often forget about leaving a save and I overwrite a save at the very end when I shouldn't. But yeah, I'll try to be careful with my saves. Oh yeah, we might get 4 endings, right? Because we could potentially get UFO, Rebirth, and Dog as well. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can get 4 endings. Can I use a later save that can end? Well, I would just reload an older save. When I get to the hotel at the end of the game, you know, I'll go and I'll finish the game and I'll get whatever ending I want to get the first time. Then I'll reload back to an earlier save where I'm like near the end of the hotel. And then we'll go and maybe do the dog ending, assuming you triggered the dog ending in the hotel as well. And the UFO ending is also triggered in a different room in the hotel. So yeah, we can just keep going back to earlier saves to get the other endings. Sucking on my balls, my big balls. Yeah, we're gonna need to use the UFO item up in Rosewater Park, I think. Maybe we'll have to use it on our returning visit to Rosewater Park later, but it seems like we need to use the item again around the lake. They go very easy on you with the UFO stuff in this anyway, you know, they play the little... You get that sound, you know, when you're approaching an area where you need to use it. Hey, what's up, Kev? Sucking on my bones. Yeah, in terms of main endings, I think I'll aim for in water. But I don't mind if I get Maria either. But yeah, I'll probably try and avoid Maria and shoot for in water. Speaking of, why don't we take a little look at Angela's knife just to... There we go. Let the suicidal thoughts sink in, James. There you go. There you go. Oh yeah, the big new mural that we have here. A flower shop. Sanders Street Flower Shop. The red and the white, just like that guy who was after the red and white flowers. They kind of hone in on those colors a little bit more in the remake. The crimson and the white, of course, it's a big part of the rebirth ending, the crimson ceremony item and the white prism. Red and white associated with rebirth. Still wish we got to read the full book in this. In the original game, you know, you get to actually read what's inside this thing. But in the remake, we don't actually get to read it. We just get to... They did a great job with the visual of it here. It really looks like this ancient occult text. This ancient religious text. Great visual work on the book here. I just wish we got to read it. Proud fragrance of life which flies towards the heart. O cup which brims with the whitest of wine. It is in thee that all begins. That is a little bit of the text that you get in the original. But yeah, you don't get the full thing. Funnily enough, the text of this in the original also mentions withering flowers. I forgot about that until I looked at it yesterday. Oh yeah, it looks. You can even see the image of flowers around the cover of it there. That's nice. But yeah, it just makes me think of the remake kind of focusing in on flowers and withering flowers a bit more as a symbol. Can you get all the endings on any difficulty? Yep. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what difficulty you're on. You can get all the endings on easy mode. There she is. Just like the original, where you can get a look at Laura before the cutscene. At least I think you can do this in the original too, where you can kind of see her right before the cutscene triggers. You know, kind of like Angela in the graveyard. Oh, yes! We'll get to see what the deal is with this new Octantis Fuels thing. See up there? Octantis Fuels. In the original game, that's Texan gas, which they changed to Octantis Fuels, and I was theorizing on my first playthrough that this was going to tie in with the new endings that Bloober have added to the game. We have 2 new endings that we didn't have in the original. And in the original game, in NG+, you get one very particular unique item up there for the rebirth ending. You kind of, you know, players generally associate this place with new endings, NG+ stuff in the original. And I reckon they're going to do a bit more with that, kind of reshape that a little bit in this. And I think the Octantis is going to tie into the fact that there are 8 endings in this. Oct. The original game had 6 extra endings. This one has 8. Even the symbol there with the 8, the star. Yeah, let's see what they do with that. Lamono Flove, how's it going? Forgot they played that theme here.
Hey. It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who stepped on my hand.
Maybe I did.
What's a little girl like you doing here anyway?
I don't know. What's a big dum-dum like you doing here anyway?
Hey, that's not very nice. Didn't your parents teach you any manners?
Oh.
What you got there?
None of your business. You didn't love Mary anyway.
What? Hey, wait! How do you know her name?
Okay. I think I prefer like the brattishness of the original Laura. Like the way she kind of leans into some of her lines in the original. I don't know. Maybe I did. She also kind of feels more of her age to me. Original Laura. This one feels a little bit older. Like a little bit more mature than the original Laura. But I still like this Laura. That new line is quite nice, I think. You know, didn't your parents teach you any manners? And of course, Laura is an orphan, so that's gonna sting a bit. She just kind of sits there. Doesn't... You know, she kind of just has no reaction to that. She just kind of keeps looking down. James not thinking about, you know, the repercussions of his words. It makes me think of what he says to Eddie later in this as well, when he says, well, at least you got your appetite back. You know, where James is just like, he just thinks he's making regular small talk, but he's actually, these very normal reactions to him are things that are like deeply stinging the, you know, they're really hitting sore spots. He doesn't know anything about these people. And, yeah, he's kind of hitting them in their core without even realizing. Jonathan, how's it going? Kind of curls up into herself a little bit. Yeah, I think that's nicely done. It doesn't seem too obvious either, you know, it kind of makes you... You know, it leaves it up to you there, which is nice. Oh, there's the breath again. Yeah, we get that little merry breath every now and then. Little gasps, yeah. My impression of her? I don't know. Maybe I did. Yeah, like she says it like such a fucking brat. In the original. And I guess original Laura just to me in my mind just feels like more of a devil. Like the way she would suddenly lash out at characters. There was kind of more venom in the original Laura, I feel. Ha! You're just a gutless fatso! Yeah, this Laura feels a bit softer. They did a gorgeous job with the visuals of Rosewater. Love just looking at the fog over the trees. Needle on a park bench. Yeah, I didn't think about that. It's just a gamey item to me. Ah, you can read this the first time through. I missed this on my first time through. Welcome to Silent Hill, a quiet little lakeside resort town. In the original game, you find this in the apartments. Where it you know, kind of clashes with where you are. Finding this in like a decaying apartment covered in shit kind of feels more appropriate to find it out here. We're happy to have you. There's no better place than here to let go of your busy schedules and finally enjoy a relaxing vacation. Rows of quaint rustic houses mark a gorgeous mountain landscape, and as the dawn turns to dusk, the surface of Toluca Lake shines a whole range of dreamlike colors. Silent Hill will move you and fill your heart with peace. We're more than certain your time here will be pleasant and leave you with memories that will stay with you forever. Rewritten very, very slightly. It's not exactly the same as the original, but pretty much the same. Editor, Roger Widmark. The same editor. Jack's Inn, boat trips, T's Italian restaurant, quiet cocktails, Neely's, girls' night every weekend. Based cat with the 29, thank you. At Twice with the 47 as well, thank you. I really should turn off those hype trains now, I think. Keep forgetting. Maybe turn them on during marathons or something.
This is it. Mary. Could you really be here?
No. No, definitely not. Patrick Chester, son of Edward. He fought and died for the people, for liberty, and for all of our tomorrows. His memory lives on. exact same statues in the original with the exact same text here. Headless, missing his legs with the headless horse as well. Oh! Okay, we get it here. Just right here. Hopefully I didn't miss my opportunity. So when I thought it eventually just faded when I did it the first time on top of the roof. Reese with the 5, thank you. Great AH with the 15, thank you. So now when I take it out again, yeah. Okay, I hope there isn't anything else I'm supposed to be doing. I was watching Nub play this, and he noticed that you can see like the original game's boardwalk underneath the water here. Like the water has risen, and we can see the old, literally the original game kind of buried underneath here. Where in the original you would have the walkway that goes out there. One thing that feels very deliberate to me in the original game is how when you come here, you see, look at this here. In the original game, when you come here, there is no water at all beyond the pier. At the start of the game, James thinks to himself that this might be where Mary is. You know, he's thinking of where could this special place be? This whole town was our special place. Does she mean the park on the lake? We spent the whole day there, just the two of us, staring at the water. That's what he remembers about that day, the way they would stop and the way they stopped and stared at the water, you know, in reflection, in contemplation, thinking about the future, their lives together. And then I think that is supposed to contrast with what happens when you get there. There is no water to be seen. And one shot in particular, during the scene with Maria, really shows, you know, really tries to highlight that. Like half of the screen is taken up with, you know, what you see beyond the pier, and it's just bone dry. Like far out into the distance, it's like bone dry. I think maybe that's supposed to kind of parallel with this idea where he thinks he's going to come here and get a recreation of his memory, but no. There is no water and there's no Mary. Just this false illusion of Mary. In the original game, I never really noticed what I was looking at when I looked at this statue. But I think the original statue also was of two headless people shaking hands. But I never knew what I was looking at in the original with this statue. Just always kind of looked obscured to me. Kind of like the ear keyring in the hospital. I didn't know that was an ear until I played the enhanced edition. I remember it happened on stream. I was like, wait, what? This was an ear all this time? I never really knew what I was looking at with that keyring. Yeah, no, this is in the original. It's presented in a little bit of a different way, but yeah. But that's interesting. Again, kind of like the Patrick Chester statue without a head, more headless people here. Makes me think of James's monsters and how they're all, you know, you can't see a discernible face on the lying figures, the bubblehead nurses, the kind of deformed faces. I think in part because, you know, these monsters represent Mary, and James doesn't want to see that this is really Mary he's killing in another form, so the heads are all contorted. But I guess this is a bit different, right? Or, you know, it would feel a bit different because they're male figures without heads. Yeah, a lot of the stuff in Rosewater seems to revolve around, of course, the history of the town and this idea of memory, where James is a man with lost memories, and then the town is kind of like a shrine for lost memories as well. You learn about all these forgotten histories and traumatic histories that have been long forgotten. In memory of the 67 who died of illness and now sleep beneath the lake. I don't think I read this on my first playthrough here. This is also in the original. Oh, this... I knew I fucking recognized the number 67. How did I not think of this? This of course is what ties into the new quiz, the new game show in Brookhaven, the plague. Right, this is what they were referring to. I'm ashamed I didn't pick up on that. I remember looking at that afterwards again when I went to look at my VODs, and the number 67 stuck out. I don't know why that didn't hit me the first time. I've read that a million times. Coffee and waffles. Belgian waffles. Toluca waffles. Trying to make out what that says. Bum 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 bum. Ah, can't go anywhere. Lake tours. Some of these little things just almost identical to the original. This little hut here. Oh! We don't see a splash, but we get a sound. I wasn't expecting anything. Hold on, hold on. Oh! 0 out of 10. They're usually pretty good with the light bulbs in this. I think that might only be the second one I've shot that doesn't break. I guess none of these break. No swimming or diving permitted. Nice little details on the bridge, just the little cracks and stuff.
Do I look like your girlfriend?
No, my late wife. I can't believe it. Your face, your voice, you could be...
My name is Maria. I don't look like a ghost, do I?
You just can't top the Sato art here.
Warm.
Sorry, I got confused.
Hey. Where are you going?
I need to find Mary.
Didn't you say she died?
Oh. Yeah. 3 years ago. It's just... I got a letter from her.
A letter?
I know how it sounds. I'm not... I don't...
Hey. It's okay. So, what did the letter say?
She said she was waiting for me. In our special place.
And that's here?
That little turn back and look to the camera almost when she comes into focus. I'm assuming that's supposed to be like a little nod to the direction of the hotel. Maybe?
Anyway, I haven't seen her. Is this your only special place?
I don't know anymore. There was something. I can't quite...
Hey!
And now he's looking over there.
I think I might know. I mean, there's this one place. Not far from here.
What kind of place?
The kind two lovers might call special. I can show you if you want. Unless you have somewhere else to be. Something else to do.
I like that moment.
Hey, easy there. I'm just messing with you.
Moving in and out.
Come on. It's this way.
You're coming with me? Can't you just tell me where it is?
You're just gonna leave me here? Alone? With all these monsters around?
No, I just...
Is it because I remind you of her? You loved her, didn't you? Didn't you?
All right, just... Come on.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting seeing that again. Yeah, I definitely prefer the original rendition of this scene. But there are still parts that I really like about that in the remake. The moment where she gets very sensual and rubs down his shoulder. Something else to do. That's a nice moment. And when she suddenly starts playing that victim side, you know, you're just going to leave me here, you know, like really playing into to James's role as the protector. It's when she starts to inhabit that side of Mary that really needs James to be there at the end. I like that. And then when she comes in and gets, you know, starts provoking him, she doesn't go nearly as hard as the original Maria there, you know, and when the original Maria starts to question James's love for Mary, she says, or maybe you hated her, you know, she gets very full on. This Maria doesn't go quite as far, but I really like that version. I forget what does remake Maria say there? She just says you loved her, right? Yeah, she just kind of says it very low key but serious, kind of posing the question, provoking him. Doesn't go as far as original Maria, where she suggests that he might hate her. But yeah, I like the way she kind of moves in and out more subtly into these different modes of Mary and sides of Maria, sides of Mary. But yeah, for me, you just can't beat the Sato artwork of the original, how gorgeous that artwork is, and the nuances you get in Maria's expressions in the original. I saw all the OG cutscenes. The only one I can say that I prefer overall is the Angela graveyard scene. Again, the Angela graveyard scene is just another one where I really miss the dreamy tone and the Sato artwork and how expressive, how instantly expressive and melancholic the characters feel. You know, like those opening shots of Angela in the graveyard, the just the look on her face. You know, it's like it just hits me immediately. Whereas in this, I just feel more like I'm looking at an awkward modern character model. Um, and again with Maria here, you know, when I just see the opening shots of her here and the way she looks, you know, it was just they were able to do so much with that artwork in the original. Um, but this still isn't bad, you know, and like all of the important things about the James and Maria dynamic come through here, just in a different way. The way she moves in and out of these different modes, you know, kind of sultry and seductive 1 minute, and then the next minute needing help, needing James as the protector to be the White Knight, and then moving out of that and kind of subtly questioning his love for Mary. You know, there are lots of little moments I like here. I just think I just preferred the overall tone of the original, the dreamier tone and the very expressive Sato artwork. I guess the overall tone here feels a bit more generic to me overall. But still, you know, it's not bad, and you know, and it fits with the kind of tone that this has overall. But yeah, there are scenes in this that I like, I really do like, and there are moments that I think I prefer over the original. Um, like the apartment scene with Eddie. I love the different direction for the apartment scene with Eddie, the more dramatic, heightened tone, and how Eddie is much more fearful, more scared. Uh, all that stuff is really, really good. But yeah, there are certain scenes where I really do just kind of miss the dreaminess that the original had and the artwork. Is
Oh,
there a specific scene that I prefer in this uh, more than the original? Yeah, like I was saying, the Eddie, the opening Eddie scene, I think I prefer in the apartments. I never thought I'd say that about anything in the remake, just because of how closely attached I am to the original. You know, it's like it's a part of my DNA. But yeah, I just feel more sympathy for Eddie in this, and I guess I just kind of get more. I don't know. I feel like the scenes are probably just more dynamic in this than they are in the original. Like I just get more from it. It's like I feel like the scene might be more interesting to ponder. Like there's more nuance in it. Um, I think I kind of struggle with. I'm not really sure how I feel about this version of Maria as a whole. It's kind of hard to digest the new tone with Maria because she's such a strange and bizarre character to begin with. You know, she's so uh, unreal. I guess the original Maria to me feels more like an archetype. You know, she's like really really playing this role of the seductress and jarringly moving in and out of these different aspects of Mary. And this version of Maria more kind of she more subtly goes into these different modes, and maybe she feels a bit more like a real human than the original Maria. Where original Maria had these moments where she really felt kind of strange and ghostly and unreal, whereas this version of Maria feels a bit more real, which doesn't mean it's a bad thing necessarily, but yeah, because that is one very interesting thing about our OG Maria, is that while she is this manifestation literally born from James's desires, she also seems to have some of her own will. You know, she's kind of a tragic character in her own way because she doesn't really understand what she is. And she seems to really feel pain and believe that she is a real person. So yeah, that was always one of the things that really interested me about Maria. You know, like that she isn't just this creation. You know, she actually seems to kind of have her own will to a certain degree. Yeah, Bad Humans, you really don't like the original Angela, and that's interesting. You just don't buy her as a victim of abuse. For you, Bad Humans, it's like purely about the voice, and I remember you saying like the accent bothered you, that she doesn't sound like she has like she doesn't sound like she has a real American accent. Like you can hear Donna Burke's Australian accent come through. I'm very okay with awkward accents generally, like in films and media. But you know, if I hear someone do a kind of shitty American accent, it won't completely pull me out of the character. And yeah, I don't know, the more unreal elements of OG Angela, whether they were intentional or not, you know, kind of sounding older, looking older than she is supposed to be. To me, that just kind of makes those scenes more interesting, or you know, it just kind of gives the character a strange feeling. The accent slips, sure, but there's more to it. It's too campy. Really campy. Yeah, I don't feel that really.
Let's go.
Yeah, I don't know. There's just I'm definitely warming up to this Angela more, but there's just to me there's just such like an innocence about OG Angela. Just like the breathiness in Donna's performance and the kind of lost days. It's just, yeah, I don't know, where my heart just breaks for her. Where she does just feel like this broken angel, you know? It's like...
James?
The remake Angela definitely feels more like a realistic young girl, but yeah, there's just something about that original Angela that I'm really attached to.
What are you doing?
Does she say that even if you start walking immediately? Does she call you out? As if she's asking you, like, why you're looking at her? She kind of walks ahead of you here, like she's on the catwalk performing for you.
Through here.
I didn't get the prematurely aged teen vibe from OG Angela's character model, though. She just comes across as more middle-aged. Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. I don't think she looks like a... a very old person. But yeah, the fact that she would even potentially look middle-aged is pretty dramatic, right? Okay, let's take a look
Strange.
around.
I could have sworn.
What? Is something wrong?
No, it's nothing.
But yeah, I just love those original character designs in general. Sato's character designs, and obviously the CG art especially. It's just so expressive. Looking forward to seeing the burning staircase scene again. The first time through, I didn't say it afterwards. But for like the first half of that scene, I really don't even remember much about the scene at all, because for the first half of it, I was just distracted by the fire visual effect. There was like one strange visual effect of this kind of embery looking line swirling around. I was like, wait, is that intentional? I was really distracted by one of those effects. Hopefully, I don't see that again on quality mode. I think I'm going to do the whole playthrough on quality.
Want to take a breather?
What? No, Sorry, I'm just a bit preoccupied.
It's fine. You know, if there's anything you want to talk about, anything at all.
No. Let's just keep moving.
Didn't like how quickly James walked out. I don't think I even really thought about that at the time. The fact that in the original you stay in there and you get to watch her walk up the stairs. Yeah, it's a great moment in the original, just how steep the stairs are as well. I always really like that detail, how it looks like she's climbing a mountain. Where it looks like she has to put so much effort into each step. Hey, I only picked this up on my return to Rosewater. Up to this point, what impression do I get of James and Mary's relationship in the remake? Oh god, I can't completely divorce my impression from the original game. My experience of their relationship in the original is always with me while I'm playing this, so I don't know. I feel the same way, I guess, about their relationship, apart from the fact that I generally don't feel as sympathetic towards this version of James as I do Guy Seehey's James. With Guy Seehey's James, there are moments where I just feel like this pure loss, this pure desperation. Because there are some of his line deliveries that are just so incredibly raw.
This place we're going to, what is it exactly?
It used to be kind of a special place for young couples in these parts. I think it's easier if I just show you.
With Remake James, I feel like I see much more of his sour side and his selfish side, which was there in the original, but I feel like I see more of it with this version of James. I'm kind of warming up to this idea of like, I think it was kind of frustrating for me with my first playthrough of the remake, where I kept wanting to like feel more for James like I always did with the original James, and I never quite got it. But then there were still loads of these other moments with this James that you know, I was seeing other moments from this James that I never got from the original James. So I kind of grew to appreciate that more as well, that I was kind of getting these other sides more. So Far From Home. 14. I prefer Sihi's version of the monologue at the start of the game. To me, that's one of his... Guy Sihi's performance in the original game is incredibly wonky. He has loads of really stiff and not so great line deliveries. But he also has some really high highs. And I think the monologue is one of those moments. Just because it just sounds so real and so raw to me. And where you can really feel the sadness and melancholy in him. And the complete loss, the complete desperation. I really do like this version of it too as well, though. I think the remake still kind of captures that too, but not to the same effect for me. Was it maybe because Guy Sihi supposedly didn't know about James being the killer till the end? I forgot about that. I mean, Guy Sihi also went through a really nasty divorce. And he said that he tried to call on those feelings for a lot of those scenes. I think he said that he might have been suicidal in real life. But don't quote me on that. Thought I remembered him saying that like he was in a very similar space to James for a lot of those scenes in real life. But no, I think the opening monologue, I think that's one moment where the amateur VA approach really works for me, because you know, sometimes it doesn't, because you get a lot of very wonky lines, but when it does work, you get a rawness that you just can't get with professional actors. You know, where when I'm listening to this version of James do the opening monologue, it's like I'm kind of instantly hearing a more performative, actorly kind of approach to it, where it's just immediately it's never going to feel as raw or as real to me, because it feels much more like a performance. But don't get me wrong, at the same time, I don't mean that in a bad way necessarily either, because I still think this version of James does a great job with that monologue. And it's still, you know, the melancholy and the sadness and the pain of it all still really comes through. But yeah, I prefer the original there.
Who is that?
Just a woman. Killed for no real fault of her own by moral, upstanding folk. Common theme, I guess.
What do you mean?
In history, you know?
Victim of persecution by the Christians. Jennifer Carroll lived with pride and honor. What happened here shall never be forgotten. So this is note for note the same as the original here. This description of Jennifer Carroll, who I think is supposed to be the Saint Jennifer that we see in Silent Hill 3. Which is kind of funny if she is, if it is Saint Jennifer and she's just a member of another pretty twisted cult. Maybe killed by righteous upstanding Christians, but yeah, maybe it isn't Saint Jennifer. But yeah, maybe supposed to be a slight parallel to Mary. You know, Kaga, I never actually even thought about that. Can you just read the whole thing here? Yeah, in the original you can't see the text here. Oh, yeah, no, they do still, it is marked out at the very least, but yeah, still very readable. Yeah. I wonder if you can do the same thing with the Blood Swamp statue. If you look at it. Man, that looks really nice. Just the way the water looks there and the leaves on top and just the texture of it with the moss and stuff.
There, we can go through the motel.
Any ammo? Hey, Spec Ops? Fuck Tekken. Fuck fighting games. Who has time for it, really? How does anyone have time for it? And with the live service element or whatever you call it, with how they keep updating the game and rebalancing the characters, you can't even get to learn the characters. You know, if I learn the characters and really try and dedicate my time to learning frame data and shit, they're just gonna change all the frame data 6 months later. Jesus Christ. So yeah, you have to keep learning the characters again and again. It's not enough just to learn the absurd amount of information once. You need to stay on the ball and keep up to date with how everything changes every few months. My God. You really have to dedicate your whole fucking life to it. Unless you just want to chill and play it for fun. Casually, but... You know, I'm a serious gamer. It's all in or it's all or nothing. No, I think I will continue to play Tekken casually. It just frustrates me. Because it's something that I would love to really dedicate time to. It's always something that I kind of want to get into more than just casually playing it. But I think I'll just continue to try and have fun casually. Play the few games once every few months. A little bit here, a little bit there. And with that approach, you still will gradually get better and better at the game. It'll just be a very slow process.
Whoa! Hey! Why'd you do that?
Shut up! Oh, definitely, Mr. Man. Lakeview Hotel.
Hey! Wrong way. We already passed the motel.
I think she just about toes the line with her gameplay dialogue here. If she had like a little bit more of it, like the commentary on the windows and stuff, I think it would have got grading to me, but I thought it was towed the line just about. And it's kind of humorous when you get to some of the later lines, how she gets used to it. We get an early indication here for how they've redesigned the Lakeview Hotel. It has much more of a garden area outside. Don't think I paid attention to that on my first playthrough. I can't remember. I would say we'll get Born from a Wish for sure, given how successful this was. And given how the Borley Haunted Mansion, I was going to say, the Baldwin Mansion, it's on the map here, and you can go and visit it. I missed out on an interaction at the Baldwin Mansion as well. It'll be interesting to see how they expand on it as well, because what they've done with the base game, you would imagine I reckon they're gonna go fairly wild with the Baldwin Mansion. I would expect it to be like, yeah, expanded significantly. Be interesting to see what they do with it. Neighborhood cafe, rich fragrance.
James, your wife, what was she like? Or is... Sorry, I'm not...
That's fine. Why do you ask?
Just curious.
I'm not sure I want to talk about it.
Oh, come on. You said we look alike? At least give me something.
Well, she liked to play the piano. I'm not sure if you're really that much alike.
Oh? I don't strike you as the pianist type?
Let's just leave it.
Sure, James.
No, you strike me as the stripper type, Maria. You're my childish fantasy. My Mary, she's a beautiful flower. Dry cleaners, same day service.
You know we're heading the wrong way, right?
Yeah, just bear with me, okay?
Whatever you say, big man.
And thankfully, I think that is the only time she will say that. I don't think she ever tries to rush us after this. Thank God.
Ah! You startled me.
Okay, well, we see what we have here now at Octantis. Come on, game. Give me something interesting and new here. Yellow pages. That makes me think of the original game's Shining poster. Or one of them. Ah, no lost memories here? No. Maybe later when we come back.
James?
Hey, yo! That was nice. Oh. Oh, okay. Man, I really feel like they have new behavior on NG+. Their puking patterns. Ugh. Chug it. Is there any way to dodge knife nurses in this game? I think so, yeah. It's just a trickier pattern. But yeah, the knife nurses are tricky. They have awkward patterns, and they can also grab you as well. They have a grab. So yeah, it just takes a bit more time to get used to the how they telegraph their attacks. Oh, sneaky.
I think you just saved my life back there.
Glad I did.
Yeah. So am I. More of those things.
There we go. I hate how you always feel like you have to take a guess when you're going for the stealth kills. Like, am I in range? Am I not in range? Really? Damn, man. I was expecting some shit up here at Octantis. There's definitely something here. This is way too much of a significant change. Nothing. In barely a day, you're almost to where I am on my first playthrough. Chill.
They're coming.
Jesus! Terrible. Fuck me. Chug it. Octanius? No, it says Octantus. Yeah, I think the name of the station is going to tie in quite heavily with what they're doing with the new endings. The fact that there's 8 endings in total. I didn't try and pick this up before, did I?
You sure that's a good idea?
Yeah, it's fine. Just give me a minute.
A star in the Octant
Hey!
constellation. Yeah. And you have 8 sides of the star.
You okay in there? Can you let me in? So, anything good in here?
As good as it gets.
Mass layoffs at Brookhaven Hospital threaten the institution's future. The layoffs we reported on last month are continuing. Over 10 people have been let go, which has reduced the hospital staff by more than half. If the situation does not improve, staff shortages will put patients at risk. Brookhaven is a hospital with a long history. It was established in 1810 when a deadly epidemic swept through the Silent Hill area. Ever since, it has incessantly brought help to the residents of the town. However, more and more have made their voices heard of how the presence of a psychiatric hospital in the middle of the town has a negative impact on the local community. Residents fear that an incident from 2 years ago might repeat itself. Can't remember if we learned anything about this specific incident. Maybe I'll think about that a bit more this time. The big tech layoffs of 1810. Take it. I hate playing with these prompts, even on NG+. Made it. I hate just running around and looking for prompts. But I'm willing to do it for NG+. Just so I don't have to play the game a million times to find everything. Nice. Hey, it gets marked. I wonder if that's a bit of an issue if you just choose to leave this until the second time through. I didn't explore this until the second time through this part of town on my first playthrough. And I never got the check mark on the thing, even though I fully explored the place. So that's probably an issue just if you do that later. Okay. Jackson. Ooh, more dog stuff here, maybe, if we're mirroring the original. Yay! Away!
There's more of them.
Wow. Eco, thank you very much. Or Echo with the 4.
I could really use a warning next time.
Well, you're not gonna get one. Oh yeah, there it is. November 1983. Hold on, let me just stick to this side. In the original game, you would get the key for the dog ending over here. But in this game, it's a bit different. We found one piece of a key. We still need another piece. Nothing here. Fat J with the 10. Thank you very much. Fucking Octantis. Oh, yeah. Let's go into Pete's.
I think they're gone.
I didn't go into
No.
Pete's at all on my first. Oh. It's just into the same spot. I didn't go into Pete's at all on my first playthrough. I was saving it to last. Because I thought we'd be forced to go in there like the original, but no.
Locked. Number 3.
I told you the second floor is here. Let's head back.
The original back entrance to Heaven's Night here.
Huh.
What is it?
Nothing. Just deja vu.
She stopped there for a second. All right, Maria. See you later. Did that actually bug out there? Maria? Maybe I can talk to her here? Oh, weird. Okay. Maybe she'll teleport when I go into Pete's. Oh! MGS2 style. She'll only teleport over to me when I'm not looking. The game doesn't... The game won't let me see it break the illusion. Maybe it's another hint that Maria isn't real. think there's a entrance on the other side, isn't there? In the original, you would only ever get the entrance up here. You don't have to go that far up. But yeah, here we have a new main entrance. Pete's Bowl.
You can wait outside if you want. I'll just look around the place.
Why would I want to wait outside?
I thought you might not want to.
James, if you don't want me around anymore, you can just say it.
No, it's not that. Just a stray thought.
So, in the original game, Maria does not come into the bowling alley. She says that she hates bowling, and that's why she won't accompany you in there. And fans generally theorized, the consensus was that she didn't want to go in there. The real reason that she didn't want to go in there was because if she went in there, Eddie would see her. And Eddie might not see her in the same way we see her. You know, she is this manifestation born from James's mind. You know, akin to the monsters that we've been killing. So, and if we were to bring Maria closer to Eddie, he might get to see into James's Silent Hill and maybe see this thing as something else. Maybe something more monstrous. Yeah. But here, this dialogue, it might you might think at first, oh, is this just a little nod to the original where James, like the reason James isn't so sure about Maria coming in here is because like he has some unconscious, memory of the original game. I don't think that's what they're doing here. I think it's more that I think the idea is that Mary didn't like bowling and he's kind of surprised that she would want to come in here or something like that. That Maria's distaste for bowling is supposed to actually mirror Mary's distaste for bowling. Or that it's kind of... He feels that it's unusual bringing Mary into a place like this. He kind of feels like he's bringing Mary in here and Mary wouldn't... This isn't a Mary kind of place. I think that's what they're kind of getting at here with James's dialogue, rather than just winking at the original game. I think it's a bit of both. I think they're, playing off the original, obviously, because Maria never comes in here in the original. But I think maybe they're trying to do something a bit more with it there as well. Or James is thinking of Mary's association to places like this. Or her lack of association. Arenesis with the 86 months and the 86 streak. Cheers. So Maria's not real? No, I guess it depends what you mean by real, but she was not born in the usual way. She was born from James's mind. I don't like completely dehumanizing Maria, because she also seems to be something that has her own will, that feels pain. And all these very human things. But no, she was never a baby who came out of her mother's womb. She is born from James's mind. She repeatedly dies again and again throughout the game. And comes back to life. Well, my question about Maria is, can she exist independently from James, since the original Silent Hill 2 had that expansion starring Maria? No, she is still born from James's desires, with the title of that Maria sub-scenario alluding to that, where it's literally called Born from a Wish. Maria is born from James's wish. and molded into being something that James desires. In Maria's sub-scenario, it's all about her gradually becoming this thing that James desires. Maria is born with all of these memories and, well, maybe not so many memories, but she's born with various facets of Mary's personality and experiences. She just can't fully grasp why she has these feelings and these memories that she can't quite consciously grasp. One really interesting thing about Maria is the fact that she knows Laura, but she doesn't really know why she knows Laura. She has this attachment to Laura, but she can't quite grasp why. The Born from a Wish expands on that in a little bit as well. But, you know, like later on, I can't remember if Remake Maria does it as much. I think she does, though, where she has those lines. You know, how, oh no, when James asks her, you really seem to care about this girl. Do you know her? No, I just feel sorry for her. And it feels like it's up to me to protect her. And this is all because Mary knew Laura personally. They were in the same hospital together. And Mary had the desire to adopt Laura. And she has all of these very personal feelings towards Laura. And that's why Maria also has these feelings. Except Maria doesn't fully understand why she has these feelings. Because she doesn't realize that she's a recreation of Mary, really. Which is part of what makes Maria a tragic character to me. Because she has some of her own will, and yeah, she seems to genuinely feel pain. She seems to have this very genuine misunderstanding about what she is. You know, she doesn't really quite know what she is. That it makes Maria another victim of James in a way. Yeah, it really starts to cast James in a much darker light too when you start thinking of her in this way. Really, really makes her feel like this total object to be molded. And someone who just doesn't really have any chance in the game. You know, she's just destined to die again and again and again. Like when he code, yeah, the Maria ending is like, it's to me, it's the worst outcome for James. Which is crazy to say, right? Because in one of the endings, he actually kills himself. But the Maria ending, in a weird way, feels worse. Feels like a worse fate. Because I guess, at least in the In Water ending, he learns something and he kind of faces up to what he's done. But in the Maria ending, he ignores everything. It's like, you know, he didn't learn anything from the experience, and there's the heavy implication that the same thing is just going to happen again. Maria is going to get sick and turn into something like Mary. James is going to kill Mary again in another monstrous form, and it's like the same thing is going to happen again. In the original game, I always saw the Maria ending as being like a dark comedy. Like the final line, it's almost a bit too much. Like, we better do something about that cough. It's like, oh god. But it's yeah, it's like it's a comedic ending almost. But pitch black. Mary's body is in the back seat of the car. Yeah, that's something that the developers wanted in the original game. It's not something you ever see in the original game. but the developers, they didn't want there to be a canon ending to the original game, but the in-water ending is what they put the most thought into. And Mary's body specifically being in the back seat of the car was supposed to tie in with that. Which apparently has like heavy cultural roots in Japan as well, that this was like a recurring thing for with murder suicides with Japanese families, where the father would kill the family, but then be very respectful towards the bodies after he killed them, that he would like dress them up, carefully put them into the back seat of the car. Putting them in the trunk would be sacrilege, that would be disrespecting the bodies. No, you put them carefully in the back seat of the car and then drive into the water, killing himself, where the whole family would be together. Yeah, like honor killings, yeah, something like that. And apparently this idea goes like way, way, way back into Japanese history. There's some specific term for it as well that I can't remember. But yeah, in the remake, you can actually see that Mary is in the back seat of the car in the at the start, except it's still very, very much obscured. But you can see that there's a blanket covering something in the back seat. Hey, what's up with the rack on lane 3? There's some cloth clogging the hood, and I can't pull it out. What is that crap? The balls are getting stuck by the end of the lane, so I guess it goes all the way through the under lane. I tried to push it with a pin, but I can't. I can't push the pin in there. I tried both sides. It's blocked. I can't. Huh. I don't remember reading this. I came in here during this section when I was playing the game off stream the other day, so I have seen the, you know, what happens in here when you bring Maria in here, but I don't think I saw this. Yeah, Nitz, maybe you wouldn't call that an honor killing, but maybe something kind of adjacent to it. Okay.
This town's full of monsters. Who could just sit here and eat pizza?
All right. It's the only way you could explain Laura being friends with Mary in a terminally ill ward. To me, that's just a slight plot hole. Do we really need to go totally wild with the story due to that one detail? And that everyone must be dead because of this one thing? Yeah, to me, that's just a little bit of a hole. Maybe it doesn't even have to be a hole, but yeah. So hold up. Let me take a look at this again. Mr. Man, what are you saying here? Dog cheating on us? What the fuck? Muri Shinju is the term I was thinking of. Thank you, Mr. Man. Thank you. The rack on lane 3 is some kind of clog. I don't know. It's a term for murder-suicide in general, when only one concerned party is down with the idea of ending himself and brings the rest along for the ride regardless. Yeah, Artariel, I really don't buy into that idea that everyone is already dead. I see the thing with Laura. I just see that as a little bit of a hole in the story. With Laura being in the same ward. I mean, maybe she wasn't even in the same ward. But yeah, you know, we just know that they became friends in the hospital. We don't really know why Laura was there or what illness she had. Why a hospital setting rather than the orphanage? I don't know. I don't know. We really don't know much about Laura's history. Why she was in the hospital. But yeah, no, I don't believe that the characters are already dead or anything like that. Obviously, we have a lot of developer commentary to back up the idea that they're not dead either, but maybe you don't care about that. Arenesis with the 5-pack, thank you. Blood Sense, good lord. Gifted 6 months of tier 1 to Corsair. Thank you. Am I looking for all the photos? Maybe. Hold on. Ah, you bitch. You have to be so precise.
where we want to be.
Sorry,
Just
what?
So you know, this road actually leads out of town.
I know, I felt that maybe she could be around here somewhere.
Did you now?
Yeah, but to me, if all the characters are dead, you know, like if you really start thinking about it that way, doesn't it just like really unnecessarily muddle a lot of the ideas? Like, so it's a dead man coming to town who got a letter from his dead wife. James is already dead, but he got a letter from his dead wife. And yeah, I don't know, man. If you really start looking at the game through that lens, I think you're just going to start muddling things to a kind of silly degree. And I feel like, you know, we have so much stuff to back up the idea of there being distinctions between what is real, who is alive, who is a manifestation and a monster born from someone who is alive and things.
Oh, God. Did the monsters get him?
Maybe. Doesn't make much difference now.
Yeah.
I can leave by not leaving. I can only leave by not leaving. The deal is done. He said he left it for me. Where they once were. 1887. Oh. Oh, I don't remember this at all. There is definitely a purgatorial aspect to Silent Hill. For sure. At least in 2. In the Leave ending, Mary feels like a god to me, almost. There's a, like, it has such a religious tone to it. The way you, even the way you, like, ascend the staircase. The way Mary is idealized from James's perspective throughout the game. You know, the memory of her as this almost perfect thing. And then if you get the Leave ending, you are, you know, you get a chance to talk with the spirit of your dead wife, and she absolves you of your sins and forgives you and allows you to go on and move on. You know, the Leave ending is very much this redemption story where James is absolved of his sins. It's like his reward in that ending, you know? Gets a chance to speak with the spirit of his wife. He's forgiven. What's the dog ending? The dog ending reveals that it was actually a dog that was behind everything in Silent Hill 2. That it's the dog who is responsible for this purgatorial hell that James has been going through. It's the dog who created the monsters. It's the dog who created this whole trial. Yeah, I don't remember that 1887 thing or whatever the hell was on that message from my first playthrough.
Blocked.
Yeah, has been for a while.
You know what's in there?
Not sure. I'm not even sure when was the last time anyone's been inside.
I wonder if they're gonna do more with this in Born from a Wish. You know, Maria having a knowledge of the town's history. That isn't something that's present with her character in the original game. You know, where she knows about Jennifer Carroll and all of this new stuff relating to the Lady of the Light and things like that.
James?
Right, so... Does anyone know if I got all of the pictures in the apartments? I think we kind of forgot to keep track of that when I was in the apartments. Heinous. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. But I found a couple outside here during this part of the game, too. I can't remember how many I found out here. I think 2. So Far From Home and Made It. I'm thinking there will be 8. There's way more than 8. There's 26, I think. I missed 1. Fuck. I missed 1 in the apartments. That's okay. We can do it another time. Pixel, let me know. Yeah, I can't even remember how many he said there were. I don't mind if people talk about the total number of them now. That's okay. Just don't reveal what it leads to. Probably will be an ending or something, but... yeah. Mentioning the amount of them is okay.
Nothing safe with you around, huh?
Shut up. Careers, humble beginnings. Yeah, I don't have careers, humble beginnings. That's in the apartments? I remember I found careers, humble beginnings on my first playthrough. That rings a bell. It's the easiest one to miss. Fuck, man. Okay, so let's go to Jack's Inn then and do this stuff.
You ever stayed in a place like this? The walls are so thin you can hear everything. Love, hate, jealousy.
Alright. Oh, that was cool seeing her reflection on the safe there. Come on, game. Give me some new NG Plus stuff here.
Cozy.
This room. There's something wrong with it. I think we should leave.
Oh, loosen up, James. It sure beats running around with those monsters out there.
I'm not so sure.
So I'm not sure if there's anything like too meaningful behind James's words here. Is he just alluding to the Halo of the Sun sign that's behind this? Spooky Silent Hill 3 references? Is that all he's being scared by here? Spooky Silent Hill 3 fan service? Douglas's hat is here the first time through as well. Okay. Looks identical almost to how it is in Silent Hill 3. The color of the carpet and everything. Haven't seen this room, second odd. Dave, thank you very much for the raid. Did I miss a notepad in here? Oh, you mean the... Oh, wait, what notepad? The save? The save that's here in Silent Hill 3? The notepads are the Silent Hill 1 saves. You don't get a notepad, do you? Bixen with the 76. Thank you. How's it going, Dave? Cheers for the raid. Welcome anyone coming in. I missed anyone else earlier? Blood Sense, again, with the big gift sub to Corsair. Aranesis with the incredibly generous 5-pack. Snipers to Second Knot. Everyone else? Cheers. If
James?
you
Is everything all right?
can believe it, it's a save point once again.
Hey, you okay? It's like you froze for a second.
Yeah, it's fine.
I wonder will Maria get her slightly different pinkish save screen in Born from a Wish.
Again? Can you let me in? Why, thank you, good sir.
One less. 3, 1 more. 8, 3 less. 0, 1 more. So, very, very easy on normal riddle. I think. 0, 4, 5, 1. Isn't that the code in Deus Ex? Isn't that the meme code in Deus Ex? Is it actually the same? Oh! Yeah, it probably is the same on hard. It's just that the riddle is a bit trickier. But the solution is the same. Is that the Deus Ex code as well? 0451... I was just going to ask, is that like a thing that you get in many games? It's like a... It's a thing across loads of games. I wonder where that started.
Hey, you think I'd look good in this one?
Sure.
Not quite the ringing endorsement, but hey, I'll take it.
We're gonna have to wait until Konami charges us for it before she'll put it on, though. Oh, she does die. Maria died. It's the first time I've seen that screen. Ah, fuck.
Hey, you okay? It's like you froze for a second.
Yeah, that's fine.
You startled me. Can you let me in?
I'm gonna leave her outside this time. I wonder if there's a less chance if you leave her outside and she never interacts with the clothing. I wonder, is there a less chance of getting the Maria ending? I knew I wasn't crazy. Oh, is there there's a notepad?
The door next time, thank you.
Hold on.
I'm not really dressed for burglary.
Oh, she jumps in. She jumps in when you're not looking. That's nice. Ah, right, on that table. I forgot about that, Nico. Can you interact with that in Silent Hill 3?
Hey, You think I'd look good in this one?
Cyan with the Prime sub. Thank you. What if I don't respond?
You know I would. It's a classic.
Okay, that's cool. Different outcomes there. Yeah. I didn't think you interacted with it. That's why I don't remember it.
Thank you.
Dude man with the 8 months. Did I play God of War games?
You think you just saved my life back there?
Glad I did.
Yeah. So am I.
Although that's kind of lame. That's like the exact same dialogue as the last mannequin interaction. You know, the one in the nearby place with the other mannequin. I played God of War 3 and I played the God of War 2016 or whatever it was, whatever year it was. I still need to play God of War 1 and 2 from the original trilogy. I'm sure I'll do that sometime on stream. My opinion, the monsters look more creepy in low poly, low res version. Having them full HD makes them kind of grotesque to look at. I don't feel the same way, I don't think. I love the new monster designs in this and the new variations. How we get to see them in more detail. To me, they just feel like a much greater living part of the world in this than they do in the original as well, given the different kinds of behavior that they have and the way mannequins sleuth around and play hide and seek and, you know, try to blend in with the environment. I feel like the sexual aspect of the designs is ramped up considerably in the remake as well, because we get to see just more detail on the legs, the focus on the legs of the lying figures and the nurses, the heels and everything that they wear. And, you know, we just get more variations on the enemies themselves compared to the original. Visually, you know, all the... Well, not just visually. But, yeah, I like getting the new Crimson lying figures. The mannequins, some of the mannequins that seem to have more lifelike legs on top. There's one variation on the mannequin which is nasty. It has, like, these dead, fleshy legs on its top half. But yeah, I guess I just find myself thinking about the monster designs playing this much more than I did in the original game. And I think that's partially down to them being more of a threat gameplay-wise and being in your face a bit more gameplay-wise. And also just the visuals being... just that there's much more to look at visually. And actually having the man himself doing the monster designs again, just blessed. I particularly love that lying figure variation covered in all of the plasters like we were talking about the other day. Or, you know, covered in all those bandages. The way they stick out. Just has a really strange look about it. I really like that idea that someone had the other day where it's kind of like they're there to keep all of the bile and stuff inside of it. It's like a makeshift job that's desperately trying to hold in all of this filth, you know, because that variation pukes a lot more, you know, and when it dies, it lets out this big burst every time. So it's like it's struggling to contain all of this sickness inside it. I quite like that idea. Whether that's why, whether that's the reason behind all those extra bandages, I'm not sure, but I really liked that idea. But yeah, I feel like with the monsters and the lying figures in this, I'm just focusing way more on this parallel between the top half and the bottom half. Where the bottom half is like this very sexually suggestive thing with the shoes and the legs, and then the top half is this, you know, like pure sickness and death. It's like the top half is sick Mary and the bottom half is Maria. Yeah, Raguchi, I think I prefer a lot of those little scenes in the original. James sticking his hand down the toilet. James sticking his hand into holes and the gimmick of having to press X multiple times as he does it. I just prefer the cutscenes of those moments in the original game. And I think I prefer the lack of expression from James in the original game in those moments. Where he's like detached and this is like nothing to him. It's kind of funny seeing him repulsed by it in the remake, I guess, but I think I prefer the idea of James just doing this and it not really affecting him one bit, like just casually putting his hand down the toilet and casually putting his hand into the holes. Yeah, my imagination of James in those moments is that he's not really fussed at all by these moments. They overdid the stick your hand in the holes in this. Yeah, again, it's not something that really bothers me in the grand scheme of things, but yeah, I prefer those little moments in the original. I also think the sound design is just way better for the toilet scene in the original as well.
So that's what it was for. Yay.
Where's you now?
Just down this way.
You weren't aware you had to press X for those moments? Yeah, I think you get a prompt for it generally, but I had all the prompts turned off. I realized fairly quickly that I had to press X. James jumping down the holes. Yeah, I think I prefer those moments generally in the original too. Again, not bad in the remake, still effective. And I'm a big fan that we actually get to see James jump down his own grave in this. You know, it's always something that I complained about in the original for that final moment, how we don't actually get to see him jump down. And I really do like hearing his apprehension in those moments and that little bit of fear. And I think that kind of ties in nicely to the Abyss note, you know, of those who are, how is it written again? You know, the Nietzsche Abyss quote. about being afraid to those who are not bold enough to be stared at from across the abyss, are not bold enough to stare into it themselves. I think it's kind of nice that James isn't really like he's jumping down into the abyss, but he's not really ready to be looked at from the other side of the abyss. You know, that he's not really ready to experience this dark side of himself. So I think that kind of ties into that nicely. I actually like that he is a little bit scared of the holes. But yeah, I do miss the fixed camera, especially in a lot of those moments from the original, particularly the initial descent down from the top of the prison. You get a lot of disorienting camera work and stuff in the original that you just don't get in the remake, so it kind of feels less surreal to me in the remake, generally, that whole section. Okay, I'm gonna ask a question. Canis, if I missed something really significant related to new endings or something here, you can tell me. You can tell me. Aside from photograph stuff that I've already fucked up. Go back to Pete's. Oh, shit. Okay. Damn, what did I miss in Pete's? Where's Pete? I was watching Nub play a little bit of the prison, and he noticed one crazy little touch that the Bloobs added. In one of the rooms, I think it's the room with the hunting rifle, there's 2 masks on the wall. And those masks are also in the original game, but you can only see them in the original game if you hack the camera and look around in parts of the room that you can't see with the regular camera. And now we can actually see it in the remake without a camera hack. Really nice little touch. What do I think the significance of that is? Oh, nothing really, just that we're able to see details that were obscured by the camera in the original. But yeah, I don't know anything about what those masks are referring to or anything, so yeah, I don't know. That the masks might mean something. I just thought it was a cool little thing. Right. So, what the hell? Nobody say anything about what I'm missing in Pete's. Did I see they remade the James and Pyramid Head dancing meme? I saw it, yeah. Of course that was gonna happen. Oh! Jesus Christ. I definitely acknowledged that this was here earlier, but maybe I didn't interact with it? Did I interact with it and just leave it? I was probably in the middle of just rambling about something and I didn't pay it Didn't give it the attention. Okay. Let's try 1887. Wow. Rusted key. Oh. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Let me look at this guy's note again. I can leave by not leaving. I can only leave by not leaving. The deal is done. He said he left it for me. Where they once were. Okay. I think this is NG Plus exclusive stuff here. Heinous, you can tell me, is this NG Plus exclusive stuff? And I really didn't find this by myself. Not that it was particularly well hidden here. I had to ask chat to tell me if I... Or, you know, I asked chat if I was missing anything in this part of town. The safe is just covered on NG. Okay, okay. Right, let's try Octantis. Even though, no, it's going to be for... Hold on. Looks like some kind of flower. Six holes. A rusted key. It feels as if it does not belong here. Smells of blood.
James?
Yeah, well, there are no special locks here that require a key, so I reckon this is probably it. And we just use this key somewhere else. Interesting. Okay. I'm gonna check the Historical Society. Just because it's the only, you know, lock here.
Locked.
Right.
Yeah, has been for a while.
You know what's in there?
Not sure. I'm not even sure when was the last time anyone's been inside.
It's kind of weird that we're getting that line again, isn't it? Didn't I save after we got that? Ba-do-da-do-da-do-da-do-do. Do, da, do, da, do, da, do, do. Okay, if I'm still missing something, don't tell me. You didn't get to see or look for what the key does. You lost all your saves. Yeah, that sucks, Nico. That's a shame. Here's the Baldwin mansion. Oh! Oh, nice! We get the white chrism here. Oh, look at this. This is kind of surreal, getting to see this in this detail. This item that I've seen a million times in the original game.
That liquid. What is that?
Oh, she comments on it as well. Huh? The table with the candle. Very reminiscent of the table in the attic.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's just... This place just gives me the creeps. I'm not sure why.
You ever been inside?
I'm not sure. It does feel familiar somehow. Like a bad memory. It's nothing, really.
So she can't remember her experience of the Baldwin mansion. That seems to make sense to me in some intuitive way, you know, where she kind of undergoes this transformation at the end of Born from a Wish to become this thing for James. Okay. You missed the chrism? No, you didn't. It's not on New Game.
So, James. 3 years. That's a long time. What will you tell her if... when you find her?
That I love her.
Oh, then... lucky her.
What's that supposed to mean?
Nothing. Like I said, 3 years is a long time.
Do I have a video with my thoughts on this game? No, my thoughts are just ever evolving with this remake. So there's no video where you can get all of my final thoughts, really. But you could watch my full playthrough, my full first playthrough, and see how those thoughts develop. And I'm not in the mood to go on a big ramble about everything right now. Okay. Shadow, thank you very much for the 36, the 37 and the 36 in a row. I feel like we were talking on Discord for like 9 hours or something yesterday in the horror section about the game. Wonder how many comments in total got posted. Just yapping. Endless yapping. Do I still want to know stuff before points of no return? No. Only when I ask. Nico's comment made me think I was missing something here as well still. Where am I on the map here? Yeah, back up around Jackson. Okay.
Strange. This should not be here.
Well, it is. So, what now?
Now we look for another way.
Come on.
James?
I'm sure I will play with the Japanese dub eventually, yeah. But probably not for a while, because I really want to just get a better sense for the feel of the direction with the new English VA. Okay. Ugh. Hello! Fuck. I want the ammo. This isn't going well at all. Oh, the triple. Give me the ammo. Whoop. Wow, they can knock you out of that.
Over there.
Okay, hopefully they didn't put any key items or new NG Plus stuff during that sequence. But again, to respond to that person asking for thoughts, like a very unsatisfactory TLDR for you would be that I think the remake far exceeded any expectations I had for it, and that I really have enjoyed my time with it. I think I still prefer the original. I don't think anything will... I don't think it'll ever be able to top the original for me. I have my... You know, I'm unsure about the new direction at times in this, and just the different tone, and how the cutscenes feel, the performances, stuff like that. Just like the general tone of the game. You know, I think I'll always prefer the original in that regard. But yeah, I've still really had a good time with the remake. And yeah, I'm sure my thoughts and everything will evolve as I keep playing it. So, now we're about to get this Heaven's Night sequence. Again, let's take a look. Oh, I don't remember that. Her caressing the door of the place as she walks in. Yeah, and then she just walks ahead. You missed the joke from the original with this scene of just how kind of boyish and childish James is almost, with like the way he tries to get a peek looking over her shoulder. Yeah, I think just in general, I'm always going to prefer this whole part of the game in the original. The dreaminess of it, the music, and the way it all feels as you go through the bowling alley with Eddie, and then the quick little trip through Heaven's Night. As minor as it is, you know, like the original Heaven's Night, it's absolutely iconic, and it's just this great moment of respite. In general, that part of the game between the apartments and the hospital, where you kind of get to take a break, enjoy a scene at the bowling alley, and just take in the dreamy mood and the atmosphere with the music. Obviously, this whole part of the game is a bit more fleshed out in the remake. And, you know, I definitely commend Bloober for the ambition. I feel like I'd give them 100 out of 10 when it comes to ambition generally when it comes to this remake. Just the amount of work they've put into redesigning every single part of the game. No cut corners. They kind of went above and beyond in that regard, but I think I still will always just prefer that more subdued and toned down version of this whole sequence in the original. Yeah, and the way the music is utilized and everything. But yeah, they make a whole new sequence out of Heaven's Night here. You know, in the original, there's no, once you get inside, there's no cutscene or interaction with Maria at all in Heaven's Night. You just walk through, you're there for a couple of minutes, you get to enjoy the music, and you leave. I missed this, I think, on my first run, where you actually get to see through into the bar area. Really cool here, getting to see like a more fully fleshed out stripper's dressing room. The mirrors and the photos, all this detail here. Oh! Kind of looks like tape on the clock. Those are some strange looking hands for a clock, aren't they? It's 9:10 in 15 seconds, but the hour and minute hands, they don't even really look like clock hands, do they? It looks just like tape. This really stood out to me on my first playthrough, but I don't think I said it. You know, that it really looks very close to Mary's cardigan with that kind of light pink color. Not the same, but yeah, I guess it kind of stands out in a place like this as well. You know, not what the strippers would be wearing on stage, this. Not the most sultry piece of clothing here. Ready to kill it. 12. Not at the end of the performance, anyway. Yeah, this just makes me think of Mary, contrasting with the rest of the place. Reminds me of Angela. Yeah, Angela wears like a long sleeve cardigan type thing. Raven? This reminds me of an Eternal Enigma in his purple theme, his Heaven's Night theme. Paradise. Recreated note for note. This, the little belly. Iconic. A bit different. It is very close. What is different about it?
Maria?
What? Oh, come on, don't give me that look. I was just kidding.
What is this? Is this a special place you met?
Don't be silly. Just have to go through and out the front. Then again, now that we're here, can't we stay? Just for a little while. Catch our breath before we head back out there.
I don't have time to take a break. Mary could be out there, waiting for me.
I know. It's just... this place, this whole thing, it's like a nightmare. I just wanted to get away from it, even for a second. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to. I guess this place is getting to me, too. Am I crazy? You know, for thinking she could be here.
Crazy is one word for it, I guess. I can think of another.
What's that?
Hopeful.
Well, that's a nicer way of putting it.
Here.
What are you doing?
Something to take the edge off. No? You sure? Fine. Be that way. Here's to hope, undying.
We should probably get going.
Fine. Ready when you are.
Okay. The first time through this scene, I didn't really think about her pouring the drink as something like tying into her as this temptress, advertising something that he really shouldn't be taking. You know, kind of like how when if he takes Maria at the end of the game and plays for his wife, how it feels ominous and foreboding and almost like the worst outcome for James. And pouring the drink here, obviously, is tempting him back into his old ways. Let's take another look around here. I think there was some stuff that I missed here on my first time through. They really did a great job conveying body language in some of these scenes. You can really see the gears turning in James's head at the end of the scene. Yeah, there are certain scenes in particular where I really like James's body language and his facial expressions. Some of the final scenes, especially, like the bedside scene during the Leave ending, what they're able to convey there with the facial expressions is really, really good. Just the emotion that pours out of James's face there. This sequence, I'm still not really sure if I'm fully on board for this sequence. Just kind of how realistic it feels to me. Again, it's just kind of clashing with how dreamy I find all of this in the original, and you know, the music existing as if it's actually coming out of the speakers in the place, and this more loungy jazz live version, I feel like it's kind of stripped of so much of the dreamy quality that it has in the original. It's a very different take. And of course, you know, in the original, it's much more pulled back. We don't get any cutscene or any interaction here with Maria, so it's a whole new thing. Music here is cool. You definitely prefer the OG. Lost and Found. The ring there. I don't remember looking at this one. I probably did. Look at those lips. Look at those big juicy lips on the stage. I like all these new Heaven's Night posters that we get. Can I show you the OG music from this place? No, just fucking YouTube it. You can find it yourself in 2 seconds. But you would really need to really feel what I'm talking about. You would have to see it how it's presented in the game, you know, and how it works with the sequence as a whole. In the original game, as soon as you enter Heaven's Night, the music starts playing, and it feels like background music for the player. It doesn't feel like something that's existing within the bar itself. Here, it's very different. We walk in, we don't get any music, and then it's like, hit the music, and it feels like it's playing through the speakers as Maria comes onto the stage. And yeah, it's just like the whole tone of it and feel is very different. You know, everything feels like it's much more realistically presented here. Right down to the theme sounding more like a live, jazzy version of the theme. The Fifth River.
Is that you?
Would you like it to be?
Nice little line there. I can be anything you want. Kind of makes me think of Maria's lines at the very end of the game. When she's desperately pleading to James that she can be anything for him. She's different from Mary. I'll never yell at you or make you feel bad. How can you throw me away? Bo, 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 bo. Nice. For where we're about to go, too. About to go to Brookhaven. We're about to see some nurses soon enough. My balls, oh my hairy big fat balls, my balls. You look nice here, Maria. Nice pose.
Let me know when you want to move on.
Let's go.
All right, then. Come on.
The strut.
We could come back later if you want. You know, in case we need a break.
I'm not sure if that's a good idea.
Whatever you say. I mean, any port in a storm, right?
I guess so.
Does this game add extra to the original? Yes, 2 extra endings that weren't in the original. But I don't want to know anything about them, so please don't talk about them. Because I have to discover them. I'm not sure what I need to do to trigger them.
I could really use a warning next time.
But I just know that there are 2 of them. But aside from that, there's loads of other extra things. Entire new cutscenes. It's a whole reworking of the game, built from the ground up. All of the major levels in the game are totally redesigned and expanded upon. New combat mechanics. New areas of the town to explore. It's like a big, big rework. Ba-dum bum
Okay,
bum
it's
bum
not far
bum bum. I missed out on everything they do with the lighting here on my first playthrough, because if you're on console and you're on performance mode, you don't get to see what they do with the lighting here. There is no change in the lighting. There is no sunset. So if you're playing on console, make sure you stick it to quality mode when you get to this part of the game. You get this gradual shift in the lighting, and you get this really nice little sunset after the next theater scene. What's really cool about this as well is that the original game also has this little shift in lighting before the hospital, except you barely notice it. It's very, very subdued. But it also does have that little sunset glow in the original.
I think I'm actually getting used to you smashing stuff up.
And I think, if I remember correctly, Silent Hill 3 does the same thing when you come out after Brookhaven. You get that dusky kind of orange glow. My balls, my hairy big fat balls, my balls. Jesus fucking Christ. Want another one? Hey! Ooh, loads of ammo. Collected for Brookhaven. What's my verdict for the remake? Very, very good. Far exceeded expectations. Mixed and unsure about some of the new direction and scenes and stuff. I think I'll always prefer the original, but really, really interesting as a remake, I think. Definitely exceeded expectations. But yeah, I'm sure like I keep saying, the original game is like one of my favorite games of all time and something that I've pored over extensively for years and years and years. This is still very fresh, you know. I'm sure my thoughts will evolve considerably as I keep playing it and replaying it. I've only done one playthrough. My balls, my big hairy big fat balls, my balls. Okay, I just wanted to search this place again just in case I missed anything. Yeah, even here you're already getting this shift in the light. And then after the theater sequence it'll be a full-on sunset. Don't go through here. Oh, I forget where we go here.
Look, we're on the other side of that chasm. Some detour. But hey, at least we're here.
Here meaning where, exactly?
Come on, you'll find out.
Hold on, Maria. I need to
There's more of them.
I need to look around a little bit more first. I was here. Oh, is this the back of the theater? Looks nice. I love the lights.
That's it? A garden?
There's a bit more to it than that.
If you say so. I don't think I've been here before.
Come on, she's just around the corner.
She?
The ducking? I didn't actually pay attention to that. That's funny. They probably just reused an animation that they used for Another area where he needs to duck. I wonder if you'll be able to spot that animation anywhere else in the game.
Who is she?
There's a story told around these parts. Kind of a local legend. Tells of a woman who was cast out. Sentenced to die on an island out on the lake. There was a man in town who fell madly in love with her. And every night, he would sneak out, row across the lake, bringing her food and company. And every night, she would stand there on the shore, holding a lit candle to help him find his way. But this one night, a terrible storm broke out, caught him out in the open, and it blew out the candle. Even in darkness, the man would not give up. He would not turn back. So he fought against the raging waters until finally the lake took him. They say even then, the woman never lost hope. She kept coming out at night, kept lighting the candle to bring her beloved home, to lead him to shore. Not sure how much truth there is to it. It's probably just a fairy tale. But she's become something of a local saint, patron of undying love. Hence this place.
She's not here.
What?
She's not here. And why would she be? I don't even remember this place. This was a mistake. I shouldn't have come here.
Hey. It's okay. There's plenty of other places to look. We can still...
Come on.
Yeah, I like that they really keep James in character there. You know, like it really makes sense as a reaction there to have this jarring cut to James's reaction where he's just not giving any fucks about any of this. You know, like that all that's on his mind during Maria's story, he doesn't give a fuck about learning any lesson from this tale or getting invested or caring about this shit. He's just, well, why she's not here. I don't remember. I have no memories of Mary related to this place. We didn't come here. She's not here. The story itself to me seems to revolve around Mary, you know, James is the man in the boat and Mary praying for James's redemption. Or that's kind of what it feels like to me, that it's, you know, Mary at the end of the story praying for James's redemption in the face of all this. It seems like all this new stuff about this figure. This is all new, obviously, in the remake, and I would imagine some of this is going to tie into one of the new endings, which I haven't seen. This is expanded upon later in the Historical Society, where we learn that there were two statues built in town dedicated to this woman, and that two stories were told about her. And I think there are there are some like considerable differences between the myths related to her. Not really sure how I feel about this edition yet. Exactly. I think I'll need to see the full thing. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, I think Maria having all of this historical knowledge of the town as well, that is something very new. That, you know, Maria didn't have these monologues about the history of the town and these figures of the town in the original game. What she says about Jennifer Carroll as well as this woman persecuted by the Christians. You could say that maybe that parallels this in some way too. I have a feeling that when they do Born from a Wish, maybe they'll add some extra context to this and, you know, how Maria attains this information. Not that you even necessarily need to explain that, considering how unreal of a character Maria is to begin with. You know, and you could, I think you could easily just explain it by her being this kind of unreal spirit of the town, molded by this Ernest figure in Born from a Wish. Kind of makes me think of Ernest's line, you know, when Ernest says to Maria in Born from a Wish, "This is my town." How Ernest has all this knowledge of James. He seems to be a ghost and a spirit of the town, and he has all this knowledge of what the town is. And maybe with Maria, it's the same thing, where she just kind of becomes, where the town becomes a part of her as this spirit. But yeah, maybe Born from a Wish will give other little hints and nods towards this new side of Maria. Maybe give little... yeah. It might do more to portray her as this character who has all of this knowledge of the town's history.
I think it came from inside the theater.
At the bit, yeah, I would imagine they will do more with this in Born from a Wish. You know, in Born from a Wish, at the beginning, Maria doesn't even know what her name is. And it's kind of something she has to recollect. And then over the course of the story, she's molded into this thing for James. Stop it. You're disturbing me. Maybe that could be another thing they do with Maria in Born from a Wish. You know, you could have a scene where she's like recalling things about the town's history and then showing confusion as to how she knows these things. You know, kind of like what they do with Laura. It'll be interesting to see what they do. You know, how she's born with all of Mary's emotions and feelings, but she can't quite grasp why she has these feelings, why she has these memories. Could be the same with her knowledge of the town. She is just, as a spirit of the town, she is born with its history inside her. It'll be interesting to see what they do with that.
There's got to be a way in.
Will it be paid DLC? Oh, Jesus, I would imagine so. If we had to pay for it in the early 2000s with another version of the game, Konami in 2024. It'll be a miracle if we get that for free. I would imagine they will want to really expand on it as well. You know, I would say it'll be a lot bigger than it was originally.
You okay?
Yeah. Maybe you better wait here.
Okay. Not much of a movie fan anyway. And James?
Yeah.
Be careful in there.
Yeah.
This is boring.
You didn't seem bored a minute ago. Screamed your head out, didn't you? You should have seen your face.
I told you. It was this big rat. It jumped right at me from under the seat. You would have screamed too if you saw it. Gutless fatso.
Hey, what do you have to say that for?
Anyway, why are you sitting here? I thought you said the cops were after you.
Nah, I don't think they follow me here. Besides, I blocked the door, so no one could get in. Not the cops, and not these other monsters.
You're weird.
Yeah, that's what everyone always says.
Well, I guess people call me weird too. And they yell at me. Especially when I do something bad. Did you do something bad? You know, so the cops are angry with you?
I don't know. Maybe.
So why don't you just say you're sorry? It always works for me.
They wouldn't listen. Nobody ever listens.
Alright. Ezio. I finished the remake last night and I was really salty Pianissimo wasn't playing during the results screen. I like how that's your one takeaway. Your one comment about the game after finishing it. I felt the exact same way. I was really pissed off. No, I wasn't really pissed off, but I was like, what the hell? No unique results screen and theme? That is a bit of a sin. Not that it even had to be the same theme, you know, it's just, it felt like a sin not having at least a unique and separate results screen and theme. Okay.
Did you hear that too?
Oh, did Laura disappear there? Is NG Plus a slightly different game or what? Are you aware of the term NG Plus generally when it comes to games? But in NG Plus, you can unlock new endings, find new items, go into a couple of new places. Yeah, where there's some. Yeah, you get some new content that you couldn't access in New Game. Silent Hill 2 has 8 endings in total, or this remake has 8 endings in total. The original game had 6. This remake has 8. So I'm curious to find some of the stuff relating to the new endings. And I'm also curious to see the remade original endings as well. Is the enemy difficulty the same? I have felt that the enemies have different patterns, but I think maybe I'm just imagining that. But the lying figures I've wondered if they've had some slightly different behavior. I'm not sure if they do. Nico, did you feel that at all with the lying figures, where they were doing things that they didn't do on New Game? Like those moments where I was dodging into, where it was felt like they were predicting where I was going to dodge. Not really? Weird, I don't remember that happening at all on my first playthrough. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Eddie?
Oh. You're,
James. We met back at the apartment building.
Yeah. I remember.
I see that you didn't make it out yet.
Yeah. I just didn't get around to it yet.
Well, at least you got your appetite back.
Ooh, does not like that.
Are you alone here, Eddie?
James doesn't realize.
No.
Well,
That's probably just Laura messing around.
Love this shot.
the little girl? Laura, is that her name?
That's what she said.
I'm gonna go look for her. You coming?
Now you want me to come with you?
Never mind.
Oh, the way he sucks on his fingers there. I don't remember noticing that the first time. Yeah, I really like this scene with Eddie. Still very much. The first time I was laughing so hard at the ice cream eating. And just like, I was so bewildered and taken aback by the ice cream eating. Because I never thought they'd change the pizza eating. And I hadn't been to Pete's on my first playthrough, so I didn't see the pizza reference before this. I was so taken aback that I totally missed his reaction to James's appetite comment. That just completely flew past me. But yeah, you see that once again, James says something and really doesn't realize the impact he's having with his words and his comment on Eddie getting his appetite back. Really sets up his reaction before their fight as well later. You know, you've been laughing at me all along, haven't you? You've been looking down on me this whole time. And I think James is. But subconsciously, he does feel that he's above Eddie and above Angela. These kids, these crazy people. He's not like them. I like the addition as well. And call back to the apartment scene. Oh, so now you want my help. again really portrays James in a more selfish light, and we're seeing more of that sour side, I think, compared to the original. I like that one shot as well, where it's like right up on the side of his face, and he's like, "That's probably just Laura messing around." Like, you really see the fucking just pure depression on his face there, and the tone of his voice. I really, even though it's just a very simple line, but I really, really like how he sounds there, just totally dejected. I didn't even think as well the first time how the ice cream, they make him eat ice cream in this to tie in with the whole freezer thing. You know how at the very end when we fight him, we're kind of, where it feels like we're stepping into his Silent Hill, and it's just this cold meat freezer. Earlier on in the game, you get kind of hints to that with his cold breath. And in a funny little way, you could say maybe the ice cream ties into that as well. Eddie's Silent Hill being like a colder place. You know, I guess in the original game, the whole fridge thing might have been designed to foreshadow that too. You know how when you have your first interaction with him, there's a body stuck in the fridge, and Eddie's association with food and his body image and the bullying, his self-esteem. I don't think I ever really put much thought into the fridge in that regard in the original. But it would make sense that that was like a slight little early allusion to, you know, the whole food theme and the freezer and his weight. Because like with Angela in the apartments in the original, you do get, you know, when you go into Angela's apartment room, in the apartments, in the Blue Creek apartments, you see the boarded up door and the teddy bear, giving you this little hint about her abusive childhood. So it would make sense that they would want to do maybe something little there as well with Eddie and the guy in the fridge. I thought the freezer symbolized Eddie seeing others as pieces of meat that he can slaughter without regard. I think it's more how he sees himself. Maybe it could be a mixture of both. I don't know. But they're not too subtle about it in the original game, where the pieces of meat in the freezer wear green shorts, just like Eddie. They have this like green, they all have this green fabric attached to them. And in the second phase of the fight, Eddie will run up to the pieces of meat and like perfectly align himself with them. So if you look at the pieces of meat, you can see that on the top half is the meat, and then underneath his legs are sticking out underneath the shorts, where it really looks like Eddie is the pieces of meat. I don't think in the remake they do that in any of the phases. It's something that's really easy to miss in the original, because the boss fight itself is just garbage. But if you stop shooting Eddie for a while after you've shot him a few times, he'll run up and line himself up with the pieces of meat, where it really looks like the game is portraying Eddie as the meat. Yeah, it's a really easy detail to miss in the original, because you know, you need to stop shooting him for a while and just let him run around. Best flavor. Ugh.
Who is that girl, anyway?
I don't know. All I know is her name. I swear.
I think I prefer the way original Eddie lies with some of these lines. You know, the original Eddie. I don't know. I just know her name, I swear. There's always just something more cowardly about original Eddie and the way he would say some of those lines.
Didn't you want to go after her? Better hurry. Laura can be pretty quick when she wants to. Suit yourself.
The sweaty body and face adds to the creepiness factor with the new Eddie. I like the combination of the cold breath and the sweaty face. You know, really just making him look extra unhealthy. Like, oh man, really doesn't look like he's in a good way. The cold breath, the sweat. Yeah, I think you just see a lot more... I don't know if he really creeps me out all that much in these scenes. But I just see a lot more, like, pain on his face. Like, where he really looks deeply, deeply depressed in a lot of these scenes. Oh yeah, I wanted to check something here. This is something I think you also miss on performance mode. On performance mode, I don't think you get any of these flashes. Or maybe it's something to do with the ending system. When I was playing this off stream, well, first of all, on my first playthrough, I don't think I noticed anything significant here. And then I was watching Nub play this part, and he noticed that you could see parts of the videotape on the screen, like right there. I think the original game's videotape. Not the remake's version. Maybe it is the remake's version. And then, yeah, when I was watching Nub, I was like, oh, fuck, I must have missed this, where I wasn't paying attention. But then I was playing this again off-stream. I got up to this section off-stream, and I noticed that, no, I still wasn't able to see anything on the screen. But I think maybe it's because I was on performance mode. Yeah, it is the remake version. That's definitely a shot that isn't in the original. Or it's close, but it's not that character model. Bam, bam. Same shot again, just over the bed. How does the inventory look here? Still there, just in slow motion. Oh, I can still hear the theme. James hates documentaries. Okay, let's go up to Laura. Laura Cruz. Bum 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 bum. Hey Dave, welcome back. Kaboom boom cha kaboom kaboom cha. Hold on, let me just take another little look. Well.
Hey!
Bum ba dum bum. Yeah, I kind of wish they played the music just as regular background music. Here, I kind of miss, you know how in the original it just plays as a background theme rather than feeling something that's existing in the environment. I just love how you get covered in the music in the bowling alley in the original. Just smother me in the music, game. Would have been a good vibe here, though. I get why they made it in world. I get why they made it in world more for the Heaven's Night sequence. You know, because they tie it into Maria coming on the stage, and you the sequence starts out without any music, and then you go in, and it's kind of like a hit the music kind of feeling. The stripper's about to walk out. And here it kind of feels like something that's between existing in the world and not. Like, is this music actually supposed to be playing in the theater here? Or is it just for effect that we kind of get it around this area? Kind of feels like it's in between background music and existing in world. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum.
Laura, stop! It's dangerous! Maria? Did you see a little girl?
Yeah, I tried to stop her, but she went that way. We can still catch her.
Those sounds made me think of Silent Hill 3. I think those might have been a couple of Silent Hill 3 sounds. The Reverie Theater. I was here. Bum, 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 bum.
James, look.
Yeah, we get this really nice sunset glow here. Again, something that I totally missed out on. Playing on performance mode on my first playthrough. It was quite jarring when I went inside the hospital and there was this sunlight coming through the window. I was like, I don't remember any sunlight outside before I came in here. Can you toggle performance mode? Yeah. See? It's just the standard fog and lighting that you get way back. You don't get the gradual shift in lighting at all if you play on performance mode during this whole section. It's, yeah, it's nasty. You miss out on everything they do with the lighting here. And then, like I was saying, when you go into Brookhaven, you get the sunlight through the window, and it's kind of jarring because you didn't see any sunlight like that outside just prior.
Hey, come on, we gotta catch up to her.
Yeah, I know. It's just, yeah.
Maybe I don't really care too much about Laura. Oh, yeah, I remember seeing the ambulances outside here. Yeah, well, it would make sense that Maria actually does care about Laura more. James cares because she's a link to Mary. Maria cares because she has Mary's feelings for Laura. Brookhaven.
Where did she go?
I don't know. Let's look around.
We got our map. So many rooms. So big. In case of any problems, report to the head nurse in examination room 3. Due to repeated instances of keys getting misplaced, from this point forward, they are to be returned to the locker at the end of every shift. All staff are required to memorize the padlock combination and are not to disclose it to anyone but authorized personnel under any circumstances. The director requested the files of the 3 crucial patients. You know which ones. Could you bring them to his office? Yeah, we get this rework of the 3 patients in this. I think I actually missed this on my first playthrough, this note. Didn't have the prompts turned on, obviously, and I guess I didn't try and interact with this part of the wall over here. Didn't stand out to me. In the original game, you get to learn about the... The original game also has 3 patients that you learn about at the start of the hospital sequence. All 3 of them who have names starting with the letter J. Jack Davis, Joseph Barkin, and Joshua Lewis. And then over the course of the hospital sequence in the original game, you get more and more information on Joseph. The game hones in on Joseph specifically, who seems to parallel James much more than the other 2. Which kind of feels like a pulled back version of the initial concept that they had with the Joseph character. Originally, James was going to have this other doppelganger, kind of like how you have Mary and then Maria. Initially, we were going to also encounter another James. James was going to encounter another version of himself. I think the initial concept, you were actually going to have like 3 different versions of James. Bad Humans brought that up yesterday on Discord. I forgot about that initial concept. Again, very much inspired by the movie Lost Highway, which had big influence on the story of Silent Hill 2 as a whole. A story about a guy who kills his wife and then imagines himself as this other person so he can avoid taking responsibility for what he's done. He can't cope with what he's done, so he has to come up with this fantasy of himself that he is literally some other person. And in that film, he also sees 2 different versions of his own wife. One who's a brunette, one who's a blonde. JMP, how's it going? It was an Edo tweet. You saw Lost Highway last night, Bad Humans. Very good. Yeah, Lost Highway is one of the films that really had to grow on me. When I saw it for the first time, I found it to be just a bit too cold. It's very, very dark. You know, it doesn't have the emotional core or heart that Mulholland Drive has. But it really, really grew on me over the years. I kind of grew it to like it for that same reason, that it is just very very cold. Still has its funny moments, though. The tailgating scene. Stuff like that. Iron Arcus with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. Cheers. I'm going to crack open another Peroni here. Charlie Sheen should have played Bill Pullman's character. I really like Bill Pullman's performance in that.
It looks like there is a key in there. No combination, though.
We should look around. Might be written down somewhere.
Okay. Yeah, we're going to get a much easier version of this puzzle this time. We'll get to see the normal mode version of it. Yeah, nothing. Remember, if you experience poor appetite or significant weight loss, insomnia or hypersomnia, loss of interest or pleasure in usual activities, feelings of worthlessness or guilt, diminished abilities to think or concentrate, contact your healthcare provider immediately.
There.
Laura! Wait!
It's okay. We don't want to hurt you.
God damn it.
Why would she run from us?
I don't think she likes me very much.
But why?
I don't know.
Well, she did say that you don't love Mary anyway. Might have something to do with her opinions on your relationship with Mary. Maybe you could think about that a little bit more. Can Laura see Maria? No, Laura doesn't see any of the monsters. And I think we can also categorize Maria as a monster in this sense. She cannot see the beings that are born from James's mind. And the monsters that belong to James, Eddie, Angela. Eddie would probably be able to see Maria. You know, we can go into Eddie's Silent Hill. We can go into Angela's Silent Hill, and we get to see what some of their monsters might look like or what their environments might look like. Again, I think some of that is also shaped by James's perception. But, yeah, I always like to imagine that if Angela or Eddie saw Maria, that she might look far more monstrous, you know, might look something like the final Mary boss fight, or like Flesh Lips or something, where we're seeing it as our, you know, this kind of idealized fantasy of what we would want from our wife, and yeah, someone else might be seeing it as something wholly different. But that's just the way I look at it. I like to imagine as well that Angela sees Abstract Daddy as something that looks much, much closer to her actual father. Can you imagine if they see that final boss version just hanging about, floating next to James? Yeah. We need an MGS3 style secret theater for Silent Hill 2 that shows us some of these possible scenarios. James just acting normal in front of Eddie, and Maria hovering around beside him in this cage. But yeah, we got a continuation of Laura's pictures here. Again, depicting... probably depicting Mary here as the rabbit. Oh yeah, and the little butterfly as well. Uh-oh. Ba-da-da-da-da-da. Okay. Nothing on the elevator.
What was that?
Not sure. Better stay on your guard.
Those little dents you can leave. Quite detailed. In that last poster, James ignores the word guilt. Oh, I'll have to go back and take a look. I didn't notice that. Sucking on my hairy, hairy ball. This drawer here. This object. Almost identical to the original. See those a lot in the original Brookhaven. I wrote it down for you in a way you should finally be able to remember. Once you're in the lobby, just look around. Now remember, nurses, doctors, trees. Gandalf, thank you very much for gifting a sub to Mary is Leet? Leet Kia? Thank you. Laura, only in Silent Hill to serve James's journey. I think she's here looking for Mary as well. Yeah, Laura is very much a real person. But you'd be forgiven if you thought she was not so real. Because she can make you wonder, you know, this little girl out here by herself. And she kind of feels like she... what's the word? It feels like she has kind of a symbolic role in the story a lot of the time. Maybe more so in the original game. You see her a bit more often in this game. In the original game, you know, she's always like out of sight, always one step ahead, and always leading James. You know, the way he's always on her trail. And that's true for the remake, but you get like more... I don't know, I feel like you get more interactions in this that make her feel a bit more real within the world. Right. Nurses, doctors, trees. But yeah, Laura was a real person. Became friends with Mary. They met in the hospital. Mary was hoping to adopt Laura if she got better. Right, how they leave guilt out of the subtitles. Yeah, I didn't notice that. You'd think that the subtitles are actually supposed to be James's thoughts there, and that he isn't acknowledging that one specific word. Yeah, so this is very easy. Nurses, doctors, trees. Count the nurses, count the doctors, count the trees. Just find the pictures, basically.
You looking for something in these photos?
Dr. Hughes and Dr. Atkinson in the garden. Nurses in training. With the heads scratched out. Foreshadowing, of course, the bubblehead nurses. With faces that you can't really see. Which I think extends again to the lying figures all covered up on the top half. You can't make out any facial features of the nurses or the lying figures. Because I think, in tying in with them being representations of Mary and parts of Mary that James doesn't want to see, these sick heads, suffocated heads. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The bubblehead nurse design is very disturbing. They're being smothered by a condom wrapped around their heads. And they also have little baby faces. And they cry like babies sometimes when you stomp them out. And they also have pacifiers in their mouths. So there's all kinds of fucked up shit going on with their design. I think Ito said that he was never going to reveal why they have a baby face. I remember him commenting on it before, but he said he wanted to keep that as a mystery. Hopefully he stays true to his word with this one. But yeah, sometimes I like to theorize wildly about the whole baby thing, and part of me wonders if that's kind of a part of James's fucked up psychology in this game, that, you know, he wasn't able to have a child with Mary, that they weren't able to have a child of their own, Mary hoping to adopt Laura. Um, 1, 2, 3. What's the order again? Nurses, doctors, trees. 4. 7, 2, 4. I just think it's interesting with some of the
Of course.
some of the child and baby imagery is just interesting. You know, I've always just wondered about the baby carriage in the pool in the apartments. Really stands out as an interesting image. The baby face on the nurses, the sexual imagery there, and the condom wrapped around the head, suffocating it. Mary's desire to adopt Laura. Just the tragedy of James and Mary as being this relatively young couple in love and just having their whole lives taken from them, their future together, their ability to possibly have a kid together, and how all of this might be affecting James. In the bathroom as well, the crude image of Lilith in the bathroom at the start of the game, and the Hebrew written beside that, which I think relates to childbirth. The Hebrew, it's like some spell wishing like wishing good fortune with a birth, something like that. I think I forget what the Hebrew thing actually means, but it does involve childbirth. So you have just these interesting little things. But again, we don't have much to go on. It's kind of wild interpretation, where you just kind of have to imagine things about James and Mary's relationship. Okay. Let's save. Are you 38 now, Dave? Yeah, I guess you must be around that age now. Jesus. 38. That's cool, though. Just gonna leave it there. That's cool, though. You're 38. No, I was gonna continue that thought more quickly. Now that I'm getting into my early 30s, I'm looking at people in their 40s and even 50s and thinking, man, they really don't seem that old to me now anymore. It makes me feel way better about, you know, my age and going into my 40s and 50s. Because now I'm looking at people on the street and I'm like, man, you really don't get old until you're like 60s, late 60s.
This place feels so...
That's how I feel now. Late 60s, mid 60s. That's really when people are starting to look old.
empty. More than the other places we've been.
That's sad. To me, it's not sad at all. It's like, it just makes me feel good about going into my 40s and 50s. Because I think I'm gonna handle it with grace. It's gonna feel fine to me, I think. Even 60s is still young. I think I think in your 60s you are gonna be feeling it a bit. You know, you're gonna be feeling like you're at the end of, nearing the end of your arc, where you're really feeling like you're closer to death than closer to your death than to your birth. '60s is a bit far now. Not if I keep having McDonald's every day. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's all about how you feel. Right, what the hell am I doing here? Basement key. Brookhaven Hospital basement.
Hey, this one's open. Nope. Doesn't work.
I really like how they stay true to just how incredibly dark the lighting can be in the original Silent Hill 2. This isn't even one of like the darkest areas, but just how fucking dark the halls can be. They really nailed that aspect of the labyrinth, especially. Some of those halls, you know, it's important. It's a really important part of the original's design, the environments. You know, just looking into the abyss. So many of those halls, just how scary a hall can feel on its own. Boom. I was going to call you James again. I think I called you James the other day as well, didn't I, Dave? I'm a pathetic person hanging on to my hair still. But I'll get rid of it one of these days. Maybe it's something to do with you being a bit older and having a new child and a wife. Don't go down the James route now, Dave.
Huh. Generator.
Don't go murdering your wife.
Might get the elevator running again.
We pour the white chrism into it.
James?
Ah! Jesus fucking Christ. These mannequins can still get me. Right. Oh! Jesus. Chug it. Nice. Chug it. Mannequins are your favorite enemies in the game. They provided a lot of scares. They're still fucking getting me. But yeah, a lot of character comes out of the mannequins in this, for sure. The way they scoot around and play hide and seek, like kids who are really bad at playing hide and seek. The way they just pose as mannequins, standing still in areas. They're sneaky, they're crafty. I like the crawling ones as well. It was satisfying to see something that I always wanted from the prison in the base game. A new enemy type for the prison, even though it's just a variation on something we had before. I enjoyed it, and I thought they used them well there as well, like putting them on the other side of bars where they couldn't get at you, but they still made you wonder, like, oh shit, can they get through the bars somewhere here? Yeah, the way they crawled around the walls there was quite effective, I thought. I definitely have my issues with the prison design in this, where I feel like it doesn't really quite live up to the authenticity of the original. But I still really enjoyed it overall as a gameplay experience and how they used some of those new enemies. The mannequin in the fucking bathroom stall in the prison, Jesus, that scared the shit out of me. Drakstar with the 13, thank you. One thing I don't like is some bosses breaking walls or pushing James against the wall and breaking it. Makes the impact of Pyramid Head breaking a wall seem less powerful. I don't think I felt that way. Like with regards to Abstract Daddy, I just loved the expanded upon Abstract Daddy sequence, showing him as this force tearing through the whole house, where you were kind of put into Angela's shoes, sprinting away from him, and just how quick he was with those legs running after you kind of made me imagine how he would, you know, outpace Angela. How the real Thomas Orozco, you know, was just this force that Angela was subjected to, that she just had no control over. I didn't really like the final labyrinth sequence. You know, that moment with Pyramid Head where he appears in that hallway there. It felt just like a little bit too on rails and scripted, where like the way the walls would crumble down, it felt a bit too much like a just kind of like a generic action-y set-piece thing. Stuff that might remind me more of Downpour or Homecoming. The Dead Spacey enemy gauntlet at the end of the labyrinth. There was a lot of that stuff at the end of the labyrinth which felt like a bit too much. Felt like it was veering into stuff that just didn't really feel enough like Silent Hill 2. But yeah, I still really loved the labyrinth overall. The Doom rooms. Yeah, the Mandarins a bit annoying there as well with their screaming. Their stun screaming. But yeah, I thought the Abstract Daddy sequence was really, really good. And just kind of remarkable how they pulled it off. Like, because it is, like, it's a big set piece. With all this action and whatnot. But I really don't think it lost sight of what it was there to portray, you know? It never felt epic to me or anything, you know? It was just pure fucking terror. Pure horror. The music did a lot to add to that as well, between the phases, and yeah, you know, it was like, ooh, you know, it didn't feel good doing any of that sequence. I thought it was even more disturbing watching Dave go through it afterwards, because I don't know how I did it, but I missed a lot of the imagery in that sequence, like of the pistons, of the thrusting pistons moving up and down, calling back to the original. That combined with those sounds, oof, Jesus. Those kind of high-pitched sounds, which to me sounded like a mattress. You know, like this pulsing up and down, this more high-pitched kind of squelching sound. Man.
Ooh, more of those things.
Super grim. Super grim. Just the fucking, I don't know, just like the weight of it. Like the feeling you got from the pistons and just the whole house becoming this machine. And yeah, I don't know, man. Thought it was really disturbing. Yeah, come on, James. Out of my way, Maria. Lovely. Squelching, yeah, it was just like that short loop of like pulsing up and down, up and down.
Hey, where are you going?
Don't worry. I'll be right back.
You better.
Oh, right. Yeah, I still need to get the thing. Brookhaven, 1932. The 1932 design. I wonder if you can spot any interesting little differences here if you look at it. I'm not going to look over every single room. Not now. Oh. Running low. Did I think I missed this? Bleach, white laundry, detergent, starch, white sheets. The amount of bleach you use is getting ridiculous, and the sheets are not getting any whiter. I won't ask questions, just end it. You're not cleaning up those stains, James. Whoa. Boom. What do we have here? Oh. Yeah, I was waiting for that. Oh. Oh, I think that was the same mannequin. Didn't I smack him 3 times when he was on the ground? I guess you really need to wait for the stomp like you do in the original. The stomp will always be the last one. Laundry storage. It's gonna be around here somewhere, isn't it? Boiler room. Enma with the 28. Thank you. Huh? Hi! Terrible aim. Okay, no more wasted bullets. Hey, here it is. Now. Chug it. I meant no more wasted bullets for that one encounter. Hey, Shizzo. Oh yeah, of course, back up to the generator. Yes!
The elevator.
We did it! Okay. Second floor. Mars dead. Has it been the usual licking walls? Reminds me of the shot behind James in the hotel where he has to open up the doors. His Pyramid Head moment.
Hey. You okay?
I'm sorry.
That's fine. What's going on? Are you hurt?
It's nothing. Probably just a hangover.
Maybe you should rest.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm. So comfy.
It sure looks like it.
I'm gonna go look for Laura. I'll be back as soon as I can.
James? I wanted to ask you. What if you can't find Mary? What will you do?
I haven't really thought about that.
Get back soon, okay?
Oh, the breath again there. Yeah, this is a scene. This is still a pretty good version of the scene. I definitely prefer the original. The original plays this scene really eerily. You get this high-pitched, kind of shrill, piercing sound throughout the whole scene. It's like whole different tone, whole different tone. In the remake, it's very quiet. There's kind of a bit of soft emotion to it. With the music. In the original, it's played like as if there's something really disturbing going on underneath the surface of what's happening here. I really like Seehee's Seehee's delivery here in the original too. The way he says, "You need some rest," and the way he kind of puts Maria down on the bed. It really highlights him as this looming figure standing over her as well. Maria's line about it being comfy for some reason stands out way more to me than in the original, though. Maybe because we're seeing this filthy mattress in all this detail. So it kind of stands out as a more weird moment, like highlighting her as being a bit unreal a bit more here. One thing I really do like about this version of this sequence, though, is what we get here if we interact with Maria a couple of times.
Sorry, I just need a moment.
This version seems to focus more on James's denial of what's in front of him. Yeah, I think both versions of the scene do that as well. Like, they both have that moment where Maria asks... Well, actually, in the original game, the scene where Maria asks James what he'll do if he can't find Mary, that's optional. You only get that when you come back and you interact with Maria again, and you get a separate cutscene where she asks that. In the remake, they combine the optional scene and the standard scene that you would normally get. They kind of combine both of them. Yeah, I feel like both scenes probably give me a similar feeling there. Seehee, I think I might prefer just the darker way he plays that line. You know, when he goes, "I haven't thought about that yet." It's like, it's really kind of dark the way he says it. But there's not much between it, you know. I still pretty much get the same feeling from both of them there, I would say. And yeah, I guess the remake is able to do more with just James's expression there and his face, whereas in the original it's purely conveyed by the voice.
I'm alright. I'm just tired.
the delivery of the leave ending, you better do something about that cough. Sounded almost threatening to me watching your playthrough. Speaking of darker lines, you better do something about that cough. Is a Maria ending thing though, unless I'm thinking of a different scene. You're not talking about the end, the Maria ending, are you? You're talking about the original Maria ending? You're right, brain melting out my ears. The original ending, the way he delivers that line in the Maria ending, it's almost like a bit too much. Like it's, you know, because it's kind of funny, you know. It's, to me, that line is like a dark comedy, where it's like almost a bit too much. I'm really curious to see how this James delivers that line. I have a feeling I might prefer this James's version of that line. Because He's delivery of that line is almost a bit too, like, I don't know, like they're conscious of the comedy of it or something a bit too much. Although I still do really like it. I should hear Troy Baker deliver that line. Yeah, apparently he chuckles when he says the line. To me, the HD collection performances still don't really exist. I played through the game and I heard the performances, but I feel like I still didn't really hear the performances. I was never able to get to the point playing the HD collection where I was able to just stop and take in the performances. The sound design was just way too fucked for me to be able to even think about taking any of it seriously. That's how bad it was. Like the sound, the mixing, the fact that every scene sounded like the actors were in some auditorium and there was this breathiness to it. The totally blown out music in the background of every scene. The actors didn't even really get a chance. The scenes were totally butchered before the actors even opened their mouths. That's how bad I think the scenes are in the HD collection. I won't look at it now, Nico, but I'll take a look later. Yeah, I really like this last interaction where she just moves over to the other side. As if to say, you want to lie down? You want to get close beside me? Do people actually sleep in that first Maria pose? Sometimes I try to. Do any of you guys do that when you can't get to sleep on one side or the other side and you just say, fuck it, let's try lying on my back for a bit? I probably have dozed off utilizing that strat a few times, but I think usually I give up with that too and I go back to one of the other sides. Some of the stuff in the church at the end of Silent Hill 3 is insane. And the fact that they never patched it. Beyond embarrassing. Beyond shameful. Crazy. Heather and Claudia both turning blue with the baby inside them. Unbelievable. The cutscene. The cutscene where Vincent is in slow motion but everyone else is in normal speed. Oh my god. It was one of those moments where I wish I was on cam, because the expressions on my face would have been pure gold. Like I was like a deer in headlights watching those scenes, just kind of like, oh, just like couldn't believe what I was seeing. An anonymous gifter, thank you for gifting a sub to Ryanitz. Cheers, cheers. God, it's just unbelievable. Truly unbelievable stuff. The Swag Master closers. That was a painful playthrough. Yeah, definitely the most painful stream I've ever done. And like totally, genuinely, that was hard. Even with the laughs and the funny moments, you know, it didn't feel good going through that. Now, back to my mission. Ooh, first nurses. Man, I love the bubble nurse redesign. Just how we get to see so much of their design, all the crazy detail on the face. Whoa! Sick! Yeah, Nico, you were saying to turn the motion blur back on. I must have it on, right? Because we're seeing the fucking motion blur effect there, right? That is cool. Oh, the baby cry! That is so cool. Die. God, it's hard to get the legs. There we go. Jesus, they're tough. The remixed breathing and how they use it so liberally in this feels a bit wrong, considering how specifically the sound was used in the original. Minor gripe, but it's always something that's kind of in the back of my head when I'm going through some of the breathing areas. You know how it was used so specifically for the first floor of the original Brookhaven? When you would approach the door from the outside, you would hear the breathing from beyond the door. And then you step away and you don't hear the breathing anymore. And then when you finally get to explore the first floor hallway, you're just covered in the breathing. So it feels very much like the breathing is just coming from this one place, this one very specific place. They still do a great job with the breathing in Maria's room, though, later. That was a great moment in this. Let's see. The code has been reset to what we agreed on during yesterday's meeting in the doctor's lounge. Like I said, I don't want anyone writing it down. on little pieces of paper for me to find. Be responsible, people. It's the same. Okay. The carbon paper flashback. The typewriter, the carbon paper. I wonder if it'd be cool if the writing was actually the same as the original. Okay. Certain elements in this, like certain scenes, I think you could say are a bit toned down compared to the original. But then you have other elements that feel amped up compared to the original. Like if you're talking about sexual aspects of the game. Like the sexuality of the monsters in this is like ramped up significantly compared to the original. The depiction of Heaven's Night as a whole, the club, you know, in the original game, you don't get any cutscene at all in Heaven's Night. They don't really play up what that place is all that much either, you know? I think you could say that Maria overall performs a lot more for James in this compared to the original. But then you have stuff like which I didn't even really think about at the time, like the prison scene, which is toned down a bit. You know, she doesn't have that line about how she can't do anything through the bars. And she's a little bit more pulled back there. But I still really like her tempting dialogue there. Or, you know, how she reacts to James. After she says, like, don't you want to touch me? And James says, I don't know. And in the remake, she says, well, let me know. Let me know when you figure it out. I really liked that. Again, she goes much further in the original. She says, you know, come and get me. I can't do anything behind these bars. Yeah, I prefer the Pyramid Head scenes in the apartments. Funnily enough, I think the scene that feels the most sexual to me in the original with Pyramid Head isn't so much the mannequins. Masahiro Ito has really disliked over the years how sexual people find that scene. He might actually be responsible for how they toned back some of that scene in particular. Because he always hated how fans thought Pyramid Head was fucking the mannequins there when that's not what he's supposed to be doing. But in the boss fight scene, you know, in the original, when you start the boss fight and Pyramid Head has a lying figure bent over and you get these orgasming sound effects and then the lying figure just falls dead on the ground, I do think that is a more interesting and a more effective opening scene than the remake version, where he's just tossing the body of something off in the distance. It feels a bit more generic to me than just the kind of shock of it in the original. I also prefer the previous apartment scene with Pyramid Head, and again, just the initial shock of how that scene opens compared to the remake. You open the door and it's like, what the fuck am I looking at? Pyramid Head grappling with these mannequins, and, you know, it's just like instant a shock of like, what the hell is this? What am I looking at? It's a whole different direction in the remake where you get like a gradual build. Though I have warmed up to the remake version of that scene too. I think it's kind of interesting in its own way. And they just do way more with that apartment in general. You know, it's a whole different thing with that apartment where they kind of portray it as if it is James and Mary's apartment. But I still think what Pyramid Head is doing in the kitchen in the remake is kind of disturbing. You hear a lot of like nasty fucking sounds with those mannequins and what he's doing with those mannequins. But yeah, his scenes do seem to be less sexually suggestive, for sure. One second. Getting distracted, talking fucking shit, because I can't stop rambling when I play this game. Ah! I caught you. Were you trying to have a shower in here without me? You're not fooling anyone. No. But yeah, it was cool taking a closer look at... Yeah, me too, JMP. Although I think it made for a more tense experience, not realizing how powerful the leg shots were. I'm kind of glad in some way. I don't think so, Scar Alien. He was talking about this stuff way before the remake was on the horizon. Stuff about Pyramid Head not fucking the mannequins? No, that goes way back. That goes way back. I think Ito has been very consistent with what he said about a lot of this stuff. I don't like that he said so much, personally. I'm not a fan of how much he's explained about things over the years. I kind of wish he left certain things just to open. Especially with how ambiguous some of the scenes are and just how fucking abstract they feel. I kind of wish he opened his mouth less on some things. But yeah, that stuff on Pyramid Head goes way back. But, and even then, I don't think he was trying to say that there wasn't any sexual element to the scene. I think that's something people misinterpreted from some of his original comments about the scene. I think it was just, what annoyed him was that too many people thought that he was literally fucking the mannequins. I think there was supposed to be this kind of suggestion or this kind of feeling, this kind of sexual feeling to the scene. I guess just through the nature of the mannequins alone, these leggy creatures and the way he's holding them, grappling them. But no, I think the idea always has been that Pyramid Head is killing these creatures. First and foremost, he's killing them. And I think maybe... This is my interpretation. I think that the sexual element is kind of coming from James's mind, you know, when he's seeing it. His own perception of it is kind of warped. But yeah, Pyramid Head is killing the monsters. The remake leans into that more as well, where you see, you know, you'll go into an area and you'll see lying figures and mannequins on the ground, these bodies that you didn't kill. The idea is that, you know, Pyramid Head killed them. He's trying to remove the monsters from James's mind. He's a helper in a really fucked up way. He's trying to show James who he is. He's a mirror to James. This scene to me represents abuse in the general sense, not rape or sexual abuse. James isn't a sexual predator. What are you talking about there, Nico? The mannequin scene. The mannequin scene. Yeah, like I think the scene is so fucked up and weird. I used to be really kind of angry, or I was kind of pissed off when Ito first opened his mouth about the meaning behind the scene and revealing that it's, you know, all about Pyramid Head removing the monsters from James's mind. That kind of annoyed me at first, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, this still doesn't really explain it, you know? Because you have this kind of sexual element, you have the Blue Velvet parallels, which to me feel very intentional. You know, it's not just, to me, it doesn't feel just like it's an homage to Blue Velvet. You know, that scene where Jeffrey hides in the closet in Blue Velvet, he's hiding in the closet so he can play the voyeur and look at this, observe this sadomasochistic sexual act in front of him. You know, he's doing it in a, like, he's a pervert in that scene, you know? He's intrigued by what these people are doing in this house, and he's kind of fascinated by this. He's fascinated by this disturbed, this warped sexual act that he sees. And the person he's looking at commit this sexual act then turns out to be like his shadow. You know, he's this dark side of himself that he kind of desires. In a weird way, Jeffrey wishes he was like Frank in Blue Velvet. He kind of stands in as his father figure or some kind of twisted mirror to him. So I always thought it was interesting that they decided to pay tribute to that scene in particular for such a moment, you know, where James is also witnessing this fucking disturbed act while he looks at this mirror of himself. But yeah, I definitely do prefer the original scene, the original version of that scene. But I think the remake version is interesting too. Fuck. Wah! Yeah, I think that was it as well, Dave, that it was like he was kind of pushing back against the idea of it as rape, or he didn't really want it to be seen as rape. Again, I kind of wish he would just leave it alone entirely, but it reminds me of Lynch when he was annoyed about people interpreting Philip Jeffries as a teapot, as a kettle in Twin Peaks The Return. Like, no, it's not a fucking teapot. It's just supposed to be some kind of electricity conductor or something. Rare for Lynch to come out and say shit like that as well, because he's the ultimate when it comes to leaving things open to interpretation. He doesn't like to say anything about his work. He really didn't like that Philip Jeffries teapot thing, though. Right, where the hell am I going here? Get real. Oh, it's the man going to see the Lady of the Light, being guided by the light. It's such a sadness. Yeah, I don't think I saw that one on my first playthrough.
They are beyond hope. That's what they keep telling me. My 3 patients. My 3 hopeless cases. But I do not believe it to be a matter of hope. It is a matter of diligence, discipline, trial and error, of being as bold as one can be, to go as far as one needs to. I will find what it is that truly ails them, and I will cure them.
Does a different sound come in when we interact with it? Thought that was a really nice touch with the coin puzzle. How you had this soft, surreal sort of music in the room, and then when you interacted with the puzzle item, a new sound came into it. Don't think they do the same here. No. Patient file 1. Move to L1. Room S3, move to L1. Initial symptoms: intense and unrelenting anxiety. Current diagnosis: symptoms have intensified into full-blown paranoia. Visual hallucinations. Recommendations: increased medication. Can't be left alone. Move to L1 for closer monitoring. Patient file 2. Patient number 90. Designation 298. Initial symptoms: sensory delusions. Current diagnosis: insomnia. Refuses food, water. Delusions persist. Recommendations: forced feeding and hydration. Bathing required. To be carried out in the treatment room. Sleep medication. Constant surveillance added. Patient number 50. Patient file 3 now. Room C1. Initial symptoms: sudden outbursts of aggression, visual and auditory hallucinations. Current diagnosis and everything scratched out. Current therapy is considered effective. Unprovoked outbursts declined. Social interaction improved. And then it's all crossed out. What did I miss? Recommendations: continue with the current therapy. Water has a calming effect. Which is then crossed out. It used to. It used to have a calming effect. Oh, we do actually pick them up. Right, I forgot. Okay. Ooh, we get some nice music in this room, I remember. As well. Really nice. Is this the last one? This ties into one of the patient memos, I think. Move to L1. Yeah, we're in C1. Water had a calming effect. It used to. We spent the whole day there. Just the two of us staring at the water. Hi, so you still don't get the prompt for it. Did nobody get the prompt for this? Patient interview transcript. Annotation. The following interview was conducted with... Name is scratched out. In response to Incident 71. I remember lying in water. Empty. And then I felt him. Felt him stare. He was close. Very close. I had to get out. Had to get away. But he followed. He kept staring. So I made him stop. Now I'm empty again. Can we go back to the pool? I think this is my favorite new Bloober memo edition. I really like this one. An allusion to Pyramid Head, I think. That's the he that's being referred to here. And his association with water. That this person was once full. Until he made him stop. Then he's empty again. And that's why he wants to go back to the pool. So he can encounter this him again and feel whole. To me, it just kind of feels like it's alluding to the necessity of Pyramid Head. That James, you know, needs him. Which is what he says in the final encounter with the two Pyramid Heads as well. I was weak. That's why I needed you. Needed someone to punish me for my sins. Again, whether that's exactly what they're alluding to here with Pyramid Head and the connection to water, I'm not sure, but I guess that's kind of part of why I like this memo specifically. It's leave stuff to interpret. Sometimes their new stuff is just kind of very obvious on the nose. This kind of ties into the whole water theme in an interesting way. Manquitos. Thank you very much. Can we go back to the pool? I just like that last line too. It feels very much in line with the crazy characters you read about in the original game. Drunk Pack with the 86. Cheers. Snake in a Cake, thank you for gifting a sub to Sava as well. There we go. Let's open this up. Ooh, wow, 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 wow. Nothing. Hello there. Let's wait, see if she turns around, see if we can get a stealth kill. There's also the whole water pool baptism born again thing for James. It's a cool note. I never thought about it in that way, but yeah, I think you can let your mind wander a lot when it comes to the water symbolism in this. I think a lot of it is about reflection, looking into yourself. I think it ties in with the whole abyss theme as well that comes into it later with the prison and the labyrinth. Yeah, you're not gonna move, are you? Come on then. Oh god. Nice. I made it harder as well. I turned off all aim assist. You know, my first playthrough I had like medium aim assist. I've none at all now. Reference to Joseph's box again. In the original, Louise, I will be with you forever. That's what it's supposed to say here. Curious if I should have the shotgun by now. I guess not. Ooh, well. Chug it. It's a shame Maria can't be with us for this scene. In the original, you can get 2 possible scenes when you trigger this moment with the bear. You can do this before you drop Maria off in her room, or you can do it afterwards. Here we go. Nice. Two figures face to face here. Kind of reminds me of statues shaking hands. Maybe the 2 different ladies of the light, if there's supposed to be 2 of them, or 2 statues depicting them. Maybe. Maybe not. Patient's well-being is in your hands. The Jack poster again from the original. Remade to look even more like this James. With the hair. That's how James wants to see himself. He wants to be a cool bad boy. Oh my god. Christ. OG James wasn't like that. There was a poster just like that in the original, though, that looked like James in Brookhaven. Open. Houghton. Nice. L1. Where one of the patients was moved to. Kind of sounds like a projector or a tape as well, doesn't it here? Oh. James's little shiver there combined with the music. Why's the breath coming in there? Okay. I guess James is supposed to be a bird now. Which I guess works, right? Because they James and Mary were depicted as birds in the apartments. They expanded on the bird imagery. The wallpaper birds. I'm assuming that's who this person is afraid of.
Hey, are you okay?
Go away!
Don't be afraid, I just want to talk.
Isn't Silent Hill a movie? It is. It's a movie based on a game called Silent Hill. This is a remake of Silent Hill 2, the second game in the series. It's funny reading that. We were talking on Discord about how some people only seem to know Silent Hill from the movies, somehow. Hello there. Oh man, it's really hard to take out their legs. Christ. Oh, the sliding. That is total fucking bullshit. Total garbage. Did I ever headshot the nurses? I did, yeah. I think you do a lot more damage if you do that. You see the bits of juice that come out of them as well. Ha! Hello! Christ, man. You really have to earn the fucking staggers with them. The dot reticle is kind of misleading, unfortunately. The game has the crosshair focus. Right, but yeah, you can change the type of reticle that you have, right, Nico? I've never had a shot miss. If I'm, you know, if I'm pointing my... If the dot is on their leg, I've never missed a shot, I don't think, that has been pointed at the leg. I didn't really care for the first Silent Hill film. I'm a bit of a weirdo who thinks the second film was actually more enjoyable. But not really because it was better. Maybe because it was worse. I notoriously prefer Revelations. To me, Revelations was just way more entertaining, and it went down much easier than the first one, where I was just waiting for the first one to end, where I was just so bored of the first one by the halfway point and just waiting for it to end. I never had that problem with the second one, even though the second one is way trashier. Yeah, I don't know. I found myself way more entertained by Revelations than the first Silent Hill movie. I really need to watch those films again sometime soon so I can say for sure. You know, maybe it was just the mood I was in at that particular time. Maybe I just wasn't in the mood for the first one when I was watching it, and I have a feeling I'm going to feel the same way. I'm going to come back with even more conviction after I watch the movies again. Just wait. I liked it because of Heather? No, I don't know. I mean, I probably couldn't tell you much about the film. Like, I only have vague memories of it. I just remember it going down much easier than the first one. I remember being really frustrated by the pacing and the Sean Bean storyline in the first one. And just how certain things dragged. I remember in the second one, I never really had that same problem of being pulled into this other side story that I didn't give a fuck about. I was able to just enjoy the roller coaster of nonsense, and it was good fun. Kid Harington. Yeah, Jon Snow, who plays Vincent from Silent Hill 3. Except a total reimagining of Vincent, where he's an undercover high school student who's secretly a member of the Order, trying to manipulate Heather. Amazing. Hilarious. Patient 90. Day 1. Patient transferred for observation. Malnourished. Shallow breathing. Avoids eye contact. Agitated in presence of staff. Frantic at the notion of touch. Day 2. Patient refuses solid food. Nasogastric forced feeding required. Serotonin antagonists administered to reduce nausea and vomiting. Day 3. Patient restrained for bathing and feeding. Prepare the treatment room accordingly. Progressing malnourishment. Oxygen deficiency. Self-injury suspected. Could not confirm. Day 4. Something is very wrong. Take it down in your notes there, James. So that's this person here. Patient number 90, patient file 2. Sensory delusions, insomnia, refuses food, water. Delusions persist. Bathing required. To be carried out in the treatment room. Yeah, it would seem to align with much of who Angela is. Guess the whole touch thing. A Vox. Oh! Okay, let's actually solve the puzzle this time. It's the same. I remember the first number being 4. First floor inner ward key. Nice. Dr. Andrews, we delivered the radiographs you requested. However, it looks like the file was incomplete as one of the pictures was nowhere to be found. We will send somebody as soon as we locate it. Let me know if you need anything else. Radiograph of pelvis. Skull trauma from childhood. Old fracture. Ichiban, how's it going? Oh, wow, 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 wow. Yeah, I remember we can't go up those stairs. We have a locked door up there. First floor inner ward, L1 room key. We can do some stuff with this. Let's save again, just in case anything drastic happens. Flurko. Thank you very much for the 15. The 3 streak. Don't think I really paid... I can't remember if I paid much attention to this on my first playthrough. As we go into more of these ominous rooms in the first part of Brookhaven, we actually get to see imagery that's akin to Otherworld Brookhaven in the original game, with the sheets. One of the defining visual aspects of Otherworld Brookhaven in the original, how everything is covered, sheeted over. Which they also do in Otherworld Brookhaven here, except you get the bloody brown sheets for the most part. Though I guess it feels more like tarp or something like that. Ooh, nothing. They brought in the girl today. Poor thing hasn't said a word. She just sits there, head in her hands, sobbing and quivering. I moved her to the corner bed. Seems to have calmed her down a bit. She even smiled at me, I think. Hey, knowledge. Jesus Christ. Oh, nothing. Is it the sound of something that falls down there? Really sounds like a mannequin, doesn't it? I don't know if I would really call this more Angela lore. I don't think we're, like, literally talking about Angela here. I'll expand on that thought. But yeah, if one of these patients is supposed to represent Angela, there being 3 patients in total, I would imagine the other 2 are supposed to parallel James and Eddie. But I haven't really put much thought into the 3 patients thing here, and you know, how they're potentially supposed to parallel James, Eddie, and Angela. But if they are supposed to represent James, Eddie, and Angela, it's probably like less of a literal thing. And more like we're kind of looking at these other stories and parts of them are kind of just paralleling the characters of the you know, the 3 characters. But yeah, I'm not sure. But yeah, it kind of makes me think of the original game and what it does with Joseph. The story of Joseph in the original game feels like it's supposed to be, you know, his condition and his story feels like it's supposed to parallel James. The guy who feels guilty over causing his daughter's death. Why won't they help me? Why do they keep me in here with him? Bit blueberry. Oh, I never noticed the original purple bull key on my first playthrough. Look, there it is. That weird key. It's a shame they, it's a shame we don't actually get to find it in this remake, or, you know, actually collect it ourselves as a key item. Always loved the weird design of that key. Okay. Come on, then. Okay, back out this side. Did I burp? No, no. Whatever you heard, it was in the game. Okay. Flying figure. The sort of clicking breathy sound in your ear, yeah. I'm not sure if you get that in like if there's like I'm not sure if there's much of a reasoning behind when you get that specific radio sound. Personally, it reminds me of PT, when you get possessed by Lisa in PT and you hear her voice right up in your ear, you know, as if you are her. Well... Mold remover. Yeah, which we need for one of the x-rays. It's in the walls, deep inside. The mold remover gets rid of it for a while, but then the thing reappears in the exact same spots. We need to get in there, break it all down if we have to, and root it out. I remember this area causing me some problems on my first playthrough. Died several times here. Do that. Oh, you son of a bitch. Hello. Well... Okay, let me just check the storage. Nothing. Mold remover. Ah, yes. Let's go back over this way, just so we can avoid the nurses here. Oh, I don't think I saw this one. Food aids mental health. Yes, high fiber fruits and vegetables, whole grain foods, healthy fats including omega-3. No. Highly processed snack foods, highly refined grains, red meat. Quite a bit of focus on food and the patient's relationship with food here. I wonder if one of them focuses on this more than the others, because if it does, that's probably the patient that they're trying to relate to. Eddie, you would think. We might take a closer look. Yeah, in the original, you learn about the 3 patients, but you don't get the sense that they're each paralleling James, Eddie, and Angela. The game does do that later with the prison and the tablets for the 3 sinners, the gluttonous pig and the seductress and the oppressor. But in the original hospital, I think everything is just supposed to parallel James. But not in any real, like, explicit way. Okay. Back over this way. Nice. How long was my first playthrough? 60 hours. 50 in-game. The timer, the in-game timer said 50, but it was closer to 60. This case bears a disturbing similarity to a situation that took place in the facility a few years back. The patient was admitted on a court order, but with the consent of his remaining family. His condition appeared to be improving for the first few weeks. The administered medications paired with individual sessions with a psychologist and art therapy alleviated his avolition, anhedonia, and social withdrawal. There was no reason for concern. They didn't even know anything was wrong until the night guard reported one of his keys was missing. When they found him, it was already too late. Silent Hill 2 Remake is not a 60-hour game. The average playthrough is going to be like 20 hours or something. I was just playing at an absolute snail pace. Yeah, doing a lot of yapping and a lot of slow walking and examining. Just like looking at every inch of every area. Stopping to talk and then not knowing where I was when I went back to play the game. Getting lost, running around like a headless chicken. Yeah. The environments in this are incredibly detailed. So if you're really interested in the environmental design and the detail and all of that, you could spend a lot of time playing this, just looking at everything. Because, yeah, it's one of the really standout parts of this, I think, just the amount of, just how detailed the environments are. One second. Yeah, well, I remember we were talking about this before. Anhedonia, which is the inability to experience joy or pleasure. Not a nice thing to have. When they found him, it was already too late. dying to the same nurses for 4 hours. Yeah, I did have that one moment in the hospital was rough, where I think I was repeating that one section for a couple of hours. There was one section in the Brookhaven Otherworld as well that took me like 6 attempts or something. Okay, they're much more obvious with the keypad combination. Ten past 9. No, I have not seen Sleep Tight, no. It's about a person who suffers from this condition. Something similar. Well... Oh, Lady of the Lake again, maybe? Lady of the Light? Okay, let's check out the day room. I think so, Pandawan. I think the idea is that time has sort of frozen for James since Mary's death. Ooh, yeah, we still need the cable. Another incident with 0050. He got out of the pool and made a break for the garden, cutting himself wide open in the process. Thank God I was still here. He was completely manic, screaming. Had the orderlies hold him down. Barely managed to stitch him up. He's back in his room for now, sedated. Of this little outdoor area here. I think it might be a mixture of both Iron Arcus, where the game is like where the town is taking parts of its real history and reconfiguring it for James to show him things about himself. But yeah, with this sort of stuff, it can always be hard to know in Silent Hill. But you know, it's what the game does with Pyramid Head, I think, and some of the other pieces of history. Okay, you're not gonna walk off by yourself? Whoop. But yeah, like in the original game with Joseph and everything. Was Joseph a real person? Joseph Barkin, Jack Davis, Joshua Lewis? I think maybe he was, but everything we see might not be exactly how it all happened. Did Joseph actually own a box with a piece of his daughter's hair? Maybe. Is the box that we see the same box? Whoop. Oh, really? Oh, why wasn't that a stealth kill? Fuck you. Hello. Nope. My God. Am I even getting him here? Getting some jank here. We have a nasty mannequin in here. Hello? Oh my God! The shotgun didn't knock him over. Wow. This mannequin is so cheap. In such a tight spot, man. Oh! Oh, I'm glad I came in here. I was thinking about leaving it, not bothering. Combine. Oh, well, isn't that a fucking reference and a half? White Claudia. Wow. Interesting. Okay. Okay, what are we going to be doing with White Claudia in this? Huh. In Silent Hill 1, we learn about a plant known as White Claudia, which is grown in Silent Hill, which the cult uses to create their drug known as PTV. Which they used, it had like hallucinogenic effects, and they would use it in their rituals. And I think they also used it to kind of fund their operations as well and sell it to the local townspeople. I think they also used it to keep Lisa sedated as well in Silent Hill 1. They kind of kept her hooked on the drugs so they could coerce her into helping them deal with Alessa and have her, you know, serve as Alessa's nurse. In the original Silent Hill 2, we don't get any White Claudia stuff. People theorize that it was White Claudia that was growing in the graveyard. I quite liked that idea. You know, down by the water in the graveyard at the start of the game, you see some plants in the original that look very... They look in line with the description of the plant in Silent Hill 1. It looks like you can see some picture of a plant there as well on the cover, right? Okay, yeah, nobody say anything about what this is for, obviously, but that's interesting. I wonder if it's just going to be another rebirth item in this. Maybe you have to get different rebirth items or more rebirth items. Or maybe it connects to something new in one of their new endings. Hopefully we get to see James get high off this. Yeah, hopefully he gets to chug the White Claudia juice here. I like to think that Dahlia is high in Silent Hill 1. You know when you first see Dahlia and she's chewing? She's kind of has that weird chewing animation and she rubs up against her shoulder. I think she's probably high on White Claudia on PTV. Must be on drugs, as Sybil would say. Whoop. Nice. Hopefully we get to see James do some gyromancy. James holding hands with all the monsters from the game. All of his manifestations joining together, holding hands, doing some gyromancy. Except you don't hold hands when you do gyromancy. So maybe just all of them running around in circles together. Okay. Oh god, I remember this room. Remember this room scaring the shit out of me? The disappearing nurse. Hello. Nice. This one get up. She's looking quite bloody here. This is on PS5, yeah. I thought PS5 had 60 FPS. Yeah, I'm playing on quality mode instead of performance mode. Maintenance key. Right. Maintenance key. Oh yeah, I guess that will... I can just hop out here. Am I getting a PS5 Pro? Probably not. I doubt it. Unless there's... Yeah, I don't know. Sell me on the PS5 Pro. What will the PS5 Pro do for me that I really, really want? I'm going to need something that I really, really want. $8K? I don't give a fuck about $8K. It'll run Delta at 60 FPS on quality mode. I mean, we'll see. It's pretty pricey, isn't it? The PS5 Pro. It's $800. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna really. I'm probably not gonna buy the PS5 Pro. It would probably take like several exclusive titles and things that I can't get on PC. You know, it would take something very unique for me to want to get the PS5 Pro. I think, you know, it would. I'd have to be getting a lot out of it. I don't think I'd be getting it just so I could play one game on release at a higher quality earlier. Yeah, it's a lot of money. Hi-yo, look at this sneaky bastard here. Right, so... Now what do I do? Treatment room, nurse's station. Oh, yeah, the nurse's station, the code. Right, yeah. Back to the second floor. Wow. Right, so where the hell am I? Yeah, second floor. Oh, hello. No. There we go. I thought I remembered the pattern. Yeah, here's the moldy radiograph. In the bath. Clean that up. Kalashnikov with the 57, thank you. Okay, so I guess I have all of the things I need now. I think the X-ray room is up here. Yeah. Hey, okay. So I didn't do this puzzle at all last time. I brute forced the lock because it was really easy to brute force. So what are we gonna do here? Line these up. Well, guess this one is gonna line up here. That looks about right. Can't wait to play Aerith's game. What's Aerith's game? Rebirth? Okay, you're just showing your love for Aerith by calling it Aerith's game. I see. Oh, I see what they want me to do here. Right, okay. Right, I'm supposed to overlap them. I see, I see. Okay, okay. Four 4:37:12. Right. What? There we go. Wait, what? Did I do like 38 both times? 12. Duh. 10, 11, 12. What? Yeah, I know that was wrong. I think there's something wrong with my eyes. There we go. Yeah, there's something wrong with my eyes. This lovely room here. Some of the most lickable walls in the game right here. I remember on my first playthrough, this area making me a little bit queasy. I like James's reaction here. Okay. Okay. Back to the director's office. Another one back there. Okay, we'll take the long path, see if we can avoid it. I would never want to eat the Baker family dinner. Yeah, I remember on my first playthrough, I didn't realize I was supposed to be lining up the grime and the marks on each of these. I thought it was just about the numbers and connecting it to the order, paralleling it with the patients. There we go. Director's storage room key. Safe button. Ooh. This is the director's crazy conspiracy room, where he's trying to figure out what the perfect solution is for his 3 hopeless cases. Lobotomy. Oh, look! It's a little bit of foreshadowing. These are the 2 items that we use in the Otherworld hospital, with the mannequin who sits in the chair there. The hammer and the needle pointing down at the chair. This is connecting to that little thing when we transition to the Otherworld. There's the yeah, there's the whatever you call it, the stretcher that we burn, that we set on fire to get the code. I'm really curious if the director, if you has anyone checked the voice on the tape? My first thought when I heard that pitch altered voice on the tape was that it could be James. Yeah, I'm curious if anyone has all tried to alter the pitch of it to see if it sounds like the same VA. Oh yeah, look, even 1, 2, 3 here. Cool. I completely missed this on my first playthrough. I didn't look at this at all. And we had a funny time solving this too. I had no idea what I was looking at the thing coming out of the lion's mouth here. The tongue flame. And I didn't see the face of the sun at all when I was looking at this. This is the same symbol that they use in Silent Hill 1 for the antique green lion shop. It's an alchemical symbol of a lion eating the sun. Which I think probably has some pretty specific symbolic purpose here. But yeah, it's the green lion alchemical symbol thing again. Let's put that there. Let's put that there. Now I'm seeing that the hair is the way to really easily see this. Oh god. Nope. There we go. Take it down. No. Right, yeah, it's supposed to match up with this. 924571. Yeah. So, assuming those are in order. 9. 2. 4. 5. 7. 1. Rooftop. Nice. Guys, I'm gonna take a piss. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. I'm gonna crack open another beer. Hold on. I was just about to ask, does James ever blink during this sequence? That might have been a nice touch. He never blinks. Hold on. Uh-oh, my M&Ms have disappeared. I have no idea how this could have happened. How did they disappear? I found another half full bag of M&Ms though, so don't worry. I would like to find the other bag though. Hold on. Maybe this half full bag is the original bag and I just don't remember taking it with me when I went to the bathroom. They're in the bathroom. Fuck you, Upgrade. I'm actually gonna check to see if they're in the bathroom. One sec. Upgrade, you were right. They were in the bathroom. I thought, no, there's no way I actually brought them all the way to the bathroom. I did. I did. There goes my Upgrade. Watch him as he goes. Cheers, Upgrade. Don't worry, I'll wash my hands. For a change. Their images became blurry, melting together. I could no longer tell. Not sure if I can do it, but maybe you can. This will take you to where you need to be, though probably not the way you want to. And there's bound to be some pain involved. There always is. Right, I want to look at this again here. The images associated with the patients here. This guy on the stretcher. I forget what this therapy is called here. 1, 2, 3. The lobotomy. The guy in the chair. I thought I saw a woman. Let me look at these notes again. Sudden outbursts of aggression, visual and auditory hallucinations. This is very much in line with the Joseph Barkin in the original Joseph, who then parallels James. The visual and auditory hallucinations, sudden outbursts of aggression. Then in the original it would go on to say, believes he is guilty of causing his daughter's death. Current therapy is considered effective, unprovoked outbursts declined, social interactions improved. Water has a calming effect, it used to. If I had to guess, I would say this is... If these are supposed to parallel James, Eddie, and Angela, this is probably supposed to parallel James. Let me look at the other ones. Wrong one. Then this one. Room D1. Sensory delusions, insomnia, refuses food, water, forced feeding and hydration. Bathing required, to be carried out in the treatment room, sleep medication, constant surveillance. Well, let me just look at the first one again. Yeah, so this was the patient in room C1. And then we find the eye symbol there behind the calming picture of the water, which used to be effective for this person. And behind that picture in the wall, we get this next thing here. Yeah. The last one. Intense and unrelenting anxiety. Symptoms have intensified into full-blown paranoia. Visual hallucinations. I think maybe it's all just supposed to allude to different facets of James. Where it's like you can't apply everything, but yeah, just other patients kind of paralleling him in some way. I'm not really feeling the Eddie and Angela stuff. I guess the full-blown paranoia thing would be pretty Eddie-like. The feelings that, you know, he's being chased, that people are after him. Sorry, I'm just rambling to myself here. Oh wait, yeah, this was patient 1 as well, okay. When we got that other note about the person fearing touch and stuff like that, it made me think of Angela. I just can't remember which patients were tied to that exactly, or which of the patients here was tied to that. What are you doing, Val? Okay. I just want to go back and have a look at L1 again. How the fuck do I get into this place? I have to go all the way around. I probably could have unlocked it from the other side. Now, Crow has still been around. Maybe I can't get over there. Maybe I needed to unlock it from the other side earlier to be able to go back. Ah, fuck it. I'll pay closer attention next time. Okay, okay, to the rooftop. Did the pyramid head scare get you on the rooftop, Nico? Or were you ready for it? It was too obvious. I don't know how it got me. I just wasn't. When I first went up there, you know, it was all I was thinking about. How are they gonna repurpose the pyramid head scare? But then I just kind of stopped thinking about it, and it managed to get me. It was kind of cool. I really like how they just cut the scene, though. You know, just this quick grab and then pushing them back down. Right, where am I going? It got me because obviously thinking about it, then saw the metal grating all messed up, thought they weren't doing it, but then saw the planks and thought a fall here, but then there wasn't initially. Yeah, I mean, no, I was thinking we were always going to get some pyramid head scare up there. Maybe I didn't, actually. Maybe I did start to question if they were even going to do it. And I think maybe I went into the room with the diary and then went back out before reading the diary. Yeah, either way, I just stopped thinking about it at one point, and it managed to catch me. That does not look like a key that would fit inside that hole. The little ladder here is just like the original. I wish the fence did still had those covers up at the top. You know, the covers that seemed like they were there to prevent people from committing suicide, jumping off, or climbing over the fence. At least I think that's what they were supposed to be in the original. Tying in with the diary and the suicidal person you read about up here. It just really didn't look like the kind of key that would fit inside that hole, that lock. May 9. Rain. Stared out the window all day. Peaceful here. Nothing to do. May 10. Still raining. Talked with the doctor a little. Would they have saved me if I didn't have a family to feed? I know I'm pathetic, weak. Not everyone can be strong. May 11. Rain again. The meds made me feel sick today. If I'm only better when I'm drugged, then who am I anyway? May 12. Rain as usual. I don't want to cause any more trouble for anyone, but I'm a bother either way. Can it really be such a sin to run instead of fight? Some people may say so, but they don't have to live in my shoes. It may be selfish, but it's what I want. It's too hard like this. It's just too hard. May 13. The doctor came in today. Said that I'll be released soon, that it's time to go home. I should be happy. But I'm afraid. I'm so afraid. It feels like something's about to happen. Like the last gasp of air before the plunge. But deep down, I know it's too late to turn back. In the original game, this does... I think this adds to in water. It's an optional note in the original. But I don't believe it's optional here. It does add to in water. Yeah, it makes sense. The final note here, May 13, everything up until May 13 here is like note for note the same as the original game. Like the writing. Maybe like extremely, like a couple of words here and there might be different. But I think it is word for word the exact same. Up until the final one and the end of May 13 where it changes considerably. In the original game, you get the start of May 13. It says the doctor came in today, except even that part is written a little bit differently. But the point is the same. Said I'll be released soon, that it's time to go home, that I should be happy. And then it kind of trails off into mad scribbles, and you don't see the end of the text. You know, and the final day kind of serves as this real contrast to the preceding days, where it's like, oh, this is too good to be true. Is this even happening, that he's being released and that everything is sunshine and roses after the previous entries? But this whole thing, but I'm afraid, I'm so afraid, this is all new. Everything from that point on is considerably different. So the final note here really reframes this thing. But I'm afraid, I'm so afraid. It feels like something's about to happen. Like the last gasp of air before the plunge. But deep down, I know it's too late to turn back. And yeah, like you were saying, Dave, this part that they changed and added really makes me think of Mary. When Mary returns home from the hospital, but she's afraid that James doesn't really want to see her because of how hard, you know, the burden has become on him. You know, she has lines very similar to that in the letter at the end. But I'm afraid, James, I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. And I guess now the other parts might make me think of just how absolutely cynical and self-loathing Mary was about her whole situation, you know, and she's cursing the doctors and the hospitals, and, you know, they want to keep me alive. You know, I bet the hospital is making a nice profit off me. They want to keep me alive. Oh, you can actually hear Laura from up here. You can hear her humming. Yeah, I like how short and sweet that is. Keep moving ahead. Oh no! No. Oh yeah, we get to go into the solitary padded cells here. This is another part of the original where the fixed cameras really enhanced the feeling. Where it was like right up above you and it was like you were being watched, kind of highlighting James as a patient almost. Although in the original you only went into one of the cells. Joseph's cell. Joseph writing the text talking about his secret name. Yeah. I do like what they do with the other world version of this though later when we get to come back and just this whole like all the rooms have been destroyed and you get to walk through all three of them as if they're one, you know, the walls have all been torn down. That was cool. Lil Half Dead with the 86, thank you. Okay, curious to see this scene again. I thought this scene was a little bit quick the first time I saw it, or maybe even the second time when I look back at it again. You know, because, yeah, just different to the original. When James lashes out at Laura and then he has that moment to himself. Always really liked that in the original. But last year, Mary was already... And then you see him like frozen in time for like 5 seconds. And then he kind of comes out of it. I'm sorry, Laura.
Laura?
How do you know my name?
Eddie told me.
That big, fat blabbermouth.
Laura. Why do you keep running away from me? And how do you know about Mary?
I just do. What's the big deal?
Why can't you just tell me?
You gonna yell at me if I don't?
No. I won't. Please, just... I need to know.
Mary's my friend. We met at the hospital last year.
Stop lying. Laura, I'm sorry.
Fine, don't believe me. See if I care.
Hey!
Let go.
I'm sorry, Laura, but I can't let you just run around this place. You might get hurt.
Hurt by what?
Look, just stay with me, okay? This is no place for a kid.
I like his urgency there.
But there's something I gotta get.
Laura,
It's important.
what is it?
A letter. For Mary.
What?
I hid it. In there.
Yeah, Rain. I think I prefer the way he lashes out and how they handle the moment after that.
You sure this is where you left it?
It's in the back. Behind an old pipe.
Okay, wait here. Laura?
Haha!
Open the door, Laura.
Why should I? I'm a liar, right? Want me to open it? Huh? Do ya?
Laura, open this door right now.
It's the magic word.
Laura!
Nope, that's not it. I guess I won't open it.
Get me out of here, you little brat!
Whoa, here though.
In your dreams, fart face.
His aggression here is more
Please open the
shocking.
door. There's something in here.
Sure there is. A big lying fart face. See a fart face?
Laura! Laura!
Yeah, his lash out there feels much more impactful than the initial lash, I think. Kind of wish the initial one felt more like that. Ew. Oh, man. Okay, okay. So I was way too conditioned from my experience of the original game to do anything other than just blast this thing with the shotgun in the body. But then I watched other people play it and they were shooting the hand, knocking him down and then bashing him with the pipe while he was, you know, left without his hand, which is pretty cool. I really like how they evolved this fight with all of the new strategies and phases and stuff, while still keeping it very disturbing and nasty looking and kind of mysterious. All right, let's do it. Ugh. Ah, you bitch. Oh, no. Fuck off. I have to fucking reload. Love that you can see it walking around up there, too. Ah! Nice. Oh, I thought it would give me loads of time. Fuck it, maybe I will go use the shotgun the good old-fashioned way. Or maybe go for the hand with the shotgun. Get the spray. Huh. I'm gonna go for the hand again. Fuck. Okay, good. Fuck off. The old-fashioned way it is. Yeah. Yeah, without the auto aim, it's rough. Clipped its feet there, at least. Ugh. Still kind of hanging from something else up there, too. Fuck. Come on. I need to get on the other side. Christ. Yeah, this one is pretty awkward without the auto aim. Do I have any shells left? Oh, I do. And I picked up some more. Come on. Here we go. Yeah. Pick it up! Worst part of boss fights. Needing to stop for those animations and how specific you have to be with where your camera is positioned. Whoop. I love the hand on top of it still just resting there. Whoop. Chug it. Does it only scream on normal difficulty? I remember I was watching other people play this fight and sometimes it would scream when it was on the ground down here. Maybe it only screams if you do certain things. Fuck me, man.
James. James.
All right. Here we are. I thought this was really cool. Just seeing this for the first time in my first remake playthrough. In the original game, this is your first time in the garden. You don't get to explore the big garden that's on the map. Although in the original, you do, when you get to this point and you open the map, you see that there should be a big garden here. You just don't see it. All you're seeing is a small little box. So it's like, whoa, what's up? I thought this garden was supposed to be big, but it's only this small little box. But in the remake, we do actually get to explore the garden before this section. And then when we get here, we're still in the garden. It's just been closed off. We're just in this closed off part of it. Just really cool, you know, how they play off the original like that, expanding on the garden and just kind of changing your perception of this section when you get here. Yeah, the whole the Jacob's Ladder homage sequence as well that we just went through, where we're looking from James's perspective as if he's being pushed on a gurney. That's straight out of Jacob's Ladder, except in the remake it's much longer. That sequence where he's getting pushed and we're hearing Mary. They stretch that out quite a bit here, where we see like we're going through different visuals as well. To me, it always seemed like they were trying to illustrate that this is a transition more than the original, or like an otherworld transition where we're seeing things get more and more orange and rusted and whatnot. Though I'm not sure if that is all they're doing, because I noticed after one of the orangey rusty sections, it then shifted over to a section that had like very pale light, white light, and then it went back to the more rusted otherworld look. So I'm not exactly sure what they're doing there. But yeah, I like that new transition scene. I think I might still prefer the more chaotic original version. There's like more of a logic, slightly more of a logic to it this time, the way we see the flesh lips, the second flesh lips appear and pull James up. So it's almost like, you know, it's the monster that's responsible for putting us on the thing and getting us here. Whereas in the original, it's a bit crazier. You kill 3 different flesh lips in the boss, and then the camera just kind of pulls away from you and goes crazy, and then suddenly you're on this gurney looking from James's perspective. It's a bit more yeah, there's like there's less logic to it. It feels a little bit more surreal. Both are pretty surreal, but yeah, I really like the way the OG does that as well. I like the shot of the flesh lips right after you kill it as well. Just the close up on the mouth and that like resigned, dead expression just of that nasty ass mouth. Just something, yeah, feels a certain way. Again, you know, alluding to Mary on the bed frame. But yeah, what a nasty looking creature that is. This big fleshy bag. Really, really cool and just significant rework of it mechanically too, with the different phases and everything. I didn't actually notice. Did it have a wedding ring on its finger? Yeah, you get that shot of its hand as well. It's actually a glove. No, but what about its other hands? The hand that's on top, I think, is wearing a glove. But doesn't it also have Wait, maybe no. Maybe is that the only hand that it has? Yeah, that is the only hand that it has. I love what they do with the map here in the other world. Where it's like, where it's been totally cleaned. And then as we make our way through it, it becomes all, you know, muddied and dirtied. Oh, except here it's very faint. The effect becomes more pronounced as you go through, doesn't it? Huh, I don't remember that, actually. I just remember it getting, like, much dirtier as James progressed through. But maybe on the first floor it only gets slightly smudged as you make your way through? Wheelchair, yeah, we're hit with all the classic sort of otherworld imagery. Some new stuff, some old stuff. Guess you would mainly associate the wheelchair stuff with 1 and 3. All this sheeted over stuff, that was like the defining thing about the original game's Otherworld Brookhaven, everything being sheeted over. Except in the original game, it was kind of like a mix where some rooms would actually be quite clean and the sheets would be like totally white. In this remake version, everything there's not much of those areas. I think only the area in the with the fridge looks like that in the remake. Patient number 3141, designation 298.9. Initial symptoms, hyperfocus. Current diagnosis, they can be fixed. Recommendations, stop at nothing. No turning back now. I looked at the VOD. It's definitely wearing a ring in the close-up of the hand. You can see the metal of the ring reflecting on its finger. Ah, okay. Very cool. A wedding ring, I would imagine, on the ring finger. Look at the tape. The masking tape keeping that held up on the wall. I don't think I noticed that on my first playthrough, even though I went through these areas at an absolute snail pace, looking at every little thing, trying to look at every little thing. Yeah, they really went beyond here with the Otherworld Hospital, these rooms. This kind of image really reminds me of what we see later in the Abstract Daddy sequence, except this would be like skin being hung up. That's quite similar. Oh, Dave, I didn't notice that. On James's ring finger, you can actually see the freshly removed ring mark. That's nice. I didn't notice that. This image here is very much like what you get at the first save point in the original Brookhaven with the fan behind the save point. Different, it's further back and it's a smaller fan. And in the original, the fan isn't actually moving at all. It's a completely dead, still fan. which I always thought was a pretty cool contrast to Silent Hill 1, where it's the first fan that you see in the game, but it's a whole different feeling to how those sequences felt in Silent Hill 1. Oh, I don't think I noticed the clock here either. 10 past 9. Except, are we even seeing the hands there? That kind of looks just like the faded imprint, or like someone drew it with their finger on over the dust. Or maybe you can actually see it there. Yeah, wait, no, the hand is there. There was one earlier that just looked like tape. Yeah, the one that should be pointing at 9 is kind of broken as well, isn't it? Let's save. My theory is he used the water to remove the ring in the bathroom at the start. And that's when he broke down. I like that idea. Locker room. Wow, wow, wow. Identical sounds to the OG. Get ready for lots of wall licking here. I just can't help it. It is crazy the amount of specific detail that they put into this area. Okay. That sound. Okay. Right. Still noticing new things as well. Already noticing new little details and items. Those bloodstains. Lovely. Yeah, here we have the remade box. Very, very similar. We didn't have this big chain. I guess the two big chains are quite different. Maybe the colors of the tape, or like the colors of some of the plating. Green, white, and orange. Does Born from a Wish add anything to the story? Nothing game-changing, no. But I really like it. It just... yeah, it's... it shows you how Maria became Maria. In a way. To me, it's really interesting because it's the first time that we ever get to play as like an unreal entity. You know, Maria is something born from James's mind. So it's pretty interesting getting to play as a figure born from James's mind. And there's just a lot of really nice mystery and intrigue in Born from a Wish, I think. All it does is create more mysteries. It doesn't really answer any questions or anything, and kind of, yeah, gives you more of an insight into what Maria is and how she came to be. I feel like it adds more mystery to the town as well, and the spirits of the town. It's just more really cool Silent Hill 2 stuff. Really, you know, it's more story. It's more Silent Hill 2 story that still feels very much at a piece and in line with the original game, with the base game story. It doesn't take anything away from the base story. It just, for me, it just adds more little mysteries and fleshes out Maria a bit more. Like I did on my first playthrough, I think I'm going to leave this area for a bit later. Ooh, man. Low on ammo, yeah. I haven't played the GOG version of Silent Hill 4. I think it is missing a lot of the hauntings, though. Yeah, if I was to recommend a version of Silent Hill 4 to play, I think the Japanese version on PS2 would be the way to go. Getting screen tears. On PCS X2, you should be able to get that running easily enough on... Pretty cinematic presentation of the nurse here. Nice. Yeah, we start to get these nurse variants now as well. Covered in this black goop. Chug it. Whoa, hello. Maybe I'll just leave you in there. Jesus! Yeah. Still raining outside. No. Oh my god. Knock her over, Jesus! Well, she kicked my ass. Back beside the director's room, the eye room. Oh, it's the picture. That's the boat picture that used to be up there. It's cool how you get to see all the rock and stuff that fell out of it. Hey, see you later, Mrs. Wex. Good night. Absolute filth. Ugh. Oh, hello! Love the slight dampness on these tiles as well in the shower area still. Yeah. Nasty. Pick up 100 diseases in just this one room. Ugh. Greetings from space with the 2 months and the 2 streak. Thank you very much. Hey, and I'm glad you've enjoyed the month. It's been a good couple of months on the channel, I think. We've had a lot of fun with this and the subathon. It's been fairly eventful at the very least. I love what they do with a lot of the steam coming out of the gratings in this and up, you know, above the floor, especially when you get into the otherworld town later after the hospital. All that steam that comes up from underneath the gratings just when you're walking around the town makes the place just feel like pure hell. Anima, my god, with the tier 3 as well, and the 6 months in advance with the 32. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Does that mean that you just subbed there for tier 3 and like 6 months of tier 3? Or is this just a continuation of your 6 months in advance? I'm assuming that is that you just subbed for tier 3 and 6 months in advance. Sometimes these messages confuse me. Either way, thank you so much. The second of the 6. Right. Thank you so much, Anima. That's very kind of you. Cheers. Oh, start licking. Look at that for a grimy wall. Oh my god. The grime just spilling off onto the bed here. I guess that's more blood. That's a bloody wall. Oh my god. Absolute filth. Grab it. Remarkably clean pillow. Look at that for a clean pillow. I guess it didn't need to get dirty because the color is already blending in with the place. Maybe those are the rules. Maybe if something is already rust or shit colored, it doesn't need to get rusty or shitty. Or maybe that was once a pristine white pillow. Ew, yellow tape. A real sin, Bloober. You can't be having clean yellow tape amidst all this filth. I remember there being I remember this area having a nasty enemy encounter, and I am all out of ammo. Ooh, yeah, there it is. Yeah, really nice what they do with the map. We go and save. Chug it! Hold on one second. let me just see here as well. I think I might be a bit behind on thanking some other people. Anima, Yukiya. I don't remember thanking you, Yukiya. Thank you so much for the 4. Greetings from space again with the 2. Mr. Stringer with the 46. Player Bam. Everyone, thank you. No, don't tell everyone to thank Threedogg. Don't ever do that. Ooh, hello. Aw, bitch. Oh, it's a knife-wielding bitch as well. Nah. Nah, I think I'm good. Well, wow. Let's go down into the director's office. Bloody mess down here. Oh, I actually need a key. Well, fuck. Shit. Okay. Do I really want to go into L3? Both areas here are a fucking nightmare. Especially with no ammo. Ah! Aw, you bitch. Nope, nothing. Oh, and mannequins. Amazing. Amazing. Yep, okay. All right. Let's see if I can get a sneaky hit here on this one. Oh! A defensive mannequin. Hello? No, 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 no. It's cool how the nurses just walk out of the rooms here. Oh, I can go through there. See if I can sneak up behind this one. Yes! Seems like when they do the head shake, that's like your safest way to do it. Nice. Lovely. Nothing. This game has some good flickering lights. The sounds, the visuals, the different kinds of lights. Certain lights that'll be like really burned out and really struggling. Where they're like totally orange, where they look burned to a crisp almost. Just a nice little, another nice little touch in this. All the different lights. Peer through and see Laura. We can lick the lights a little bit too. Oh, how we danced, arms flailing, our bodies in perfect synchrony, and the music played. But in any dance, there comes a time one must take the lead, and the music got louder and louder, pounding, piercing, and then silence. The procedure. Oh, I don't remember looking at this on my first time through. It's the X-ray puzzle again. Maybe I didn't get it because I didn't actually compile the X-rays. Covered in chains. Want to stick some white Claudia in the eye? No? Some of the white chrism? Bitch. See if I can bait her back here. Wow. Fuck it, how about I leave you there?